Chapter 1 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. George Peabody. If America had been asked who were to be her most munificent givers in the 19th century, she would scarcely have pointed to two grocers' boys, one in a little country store at Danvers, Massachusetts, the other in Baltimore. Both poor, both uneducated, the one leaving 7 millions to Johns Hopkins University and Hospital, the other nearly 9 millions to elevate humanity. George Peabody was born in Danvers, February 18, 1795. His parents were respectable, hard-working people, whose scanty income afforded little education for their children. George grew up an obedient, faithful son, called a mother boy by his companions, from his devotion to her, a title of which any boy may well be proud. At 11 years of age he must go out into the world to earn his living. Doubtless his mother wished to keep her child in school, but there was no money. A place was found with a Mr. Proctor in a grocery store, and here for 4 years he worked day by day, giving his earnings to his mother and winning esteem for his promptness and honesty. But the boy at 15 began to grow ambitious. He longed for a larger store and a broader field. Going with his maternal grandfather to Tetford, Vermont, he remained a year, when he came back to work for his brother in a dry goods store in Newburyport. Perhaps now, in this larger town, his ambition would be satisfied, when lo! the store burned, and George was thrown out of employment. His father had died, and he was without a dollar in the world. Ambition seemed of little use now. However, an uncle in Georgetown, D.C., hearing that the boy needed work, sent for him, and thither he went for 2 years. Here he made many friends and won trade by his genial manner and respectful bearing. His tact was unusual. He never wounded the feelings of a buyer of goods, never tried him with unnecessary talk, never seemed impatient, and was punctual to the minute. Perhaps no one trait is more desirable than the latter. A person who breaks his appointments or keeps others waiting for him loses friends, and business success as well. A young man's habits are always observed. If he is worthy and has energy, the world has a place for him, and sooner or later he will find it. A wholesale dry goods dealer, Mr. Riggs, had been watching young Peabody. He desired a partner of energy, perseverance, and honesty. Calling on the young clerk, he asked him to put his labor against his, Mr. Riggs' capital. "But I am only 19 years of age," was the reply. This was considered no objection, and the partnership was formed. A year later the business was moved to Baltimore. The boyish partner traveled on horseback through the western wilds of New York, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia, selling goods and lodging overnight with farmers or planters. In 7 years the business had so increased that branch houses were established in Philadelphia and New York. Finally, Mr. Riggs retired from the firm, and George Peabody found himself, at the age of 35, at the head of a large and wealthy establishment, which his own energy, industry, and honesty had helped largely to build. He had bent his life to one purpose, that of making his business a success. No one person can do many things well. Having visited London several times in matters of trade, he determined to make that great city his place of residence. He had studied finance by experience as well as close observation, and believed that he could make money in the great metropolis. Having established himself as a banker at Wanford Court, he took simple lodgings, and lived without display. When Americans visited London, they called upon the genial, true-hearted banker, whose integrity they could always depend upon, and transacted their business with him. In 1851 the World's Fair was opened at the Crystal Palace, London, Prince Albert having worked earnestly to make it a great success. Congress neglected to make the needed appropriations for America, and her people did not care, apparently, whether Power's Greek slave, Hoe's wonderful printing press or the McCormick reaper were seen or not. But George Peabody cared for the honor of his nation, and gave $15,000 to the American exhibitors, that they might make their display worthy of the great country which they were to represent. The same year he gave his first Fourth of July dinner to leading Americans and Englishmen, headed by the Duke of Wellington. While he remembered and honored the day which freed us from England, no one did more than he to bind the two nations together by the great kindness of a great heart. Mr. Peabody was no longer the poor grocery boy or the dry goods clerk. He was fine looking, most intelligent from his wide reading, a total abstainer from liquors and tobacco, honored at home and abroad, and very rich. Should he buy an immense estate and live like a prince? Should he give parties and grand dinners and have servants in livery? Oh, no! Mr. Peabody had acquired his wealth for a different purpose. He loved humanity. How could he elevate the people, was the one question of his life. He would not wait till his death and let others spend his money. He would have the satisfaction of spending it himself. And now began a life of benevolence which is one of the brightest in our history. Unmarried and childless, he made other wives and children happy by his boundless generosity. If the story be true that he was once engaged to a beautiful American girl who gave him up for a former poor lover, the world has been the gainer by her choice. In 1852 Mr. Peabody gave $10,000 to help fit out the second expedition under Dr. Kane in his search for Sir John Franklin, and for this gift a portion of the newly discovered country was justly called Peabody Land. This same year the town of Danvers, his birthplace, decided to celebrate its centennial. Of course the rich London banker was invited as one of the guests. He was too busy to be present, but sent a letter, to be opened on the day of the celebration. The seal was broken at dinner, and this was the toast or sentiment it contained: Education, a debt due from present to future generations. A check was enclosed for $20,000 for the purpose of building an institute, with a free library and free course of lectures. Afterward this gift was increased to $250,000. The poor boy had not forgotten the home of his childhood. 4 years later, when Peabody Institute was dedicated, the giver, who had been absent from America 20 years, was present. New York and other cities offered public receptions, but he declined all save Danvers. A great procession was formed, the houses along the streets being decorated, all eager to do honor to their noble townsman. The Governor of Massachusetts, Edward Everett, and others made eloquent addresses, and then the kind-faced, great-hearted man responded: "Though Providence has granted me an unvaried and unusual success in the pursuit of fortune in other lands, I am still in heart the humble boy who left yonder unpretending dwelling many, very many years ago. There is not a youth within the sound of my voice whose early opportunities and advantages are not very much greater than were my own, and I have since achieved nothing that is impossible to the most humble boy among you. Bear in mind that, to be truly great, it is not necessary that you should gain wealth and importance. Steadfast and undeviating truth, fearless and straightforward integrity, and an honor ever unsullied by an unworthy word or action, make their possessor greater than worldly success or prosperity. These qualities constitute greatness." Soon after this Mr. Peabody determined to build an institute, combining a free library and lectures with an academy of music and an art gallery in the city of Baltimore. For this purpose he gave over $1,000,000, a princely gift indeed. Well might Baltimore be proud of the day when he sought a home in her midst. But the merchant prince had not finished his giving. He saw the poor of the great city of London living in wretched, desolate homes. Vice and poverty were joining hands. He too had been poor. He could sympathize with those who knew not how to make ends meet. What would so stimulate these people to good citizenship as comfortable and cheerful abiding places? March 12, 1862, he called together a few of his trusted friends in London, and placed in their hands, for the erection of neat, tasteful dwellings for the poor, the sum of $750,000. Ah, what a friend the poor had found! Not the gift of a few dollars which would soon be absorbed in rent, but homes which for a small amount might be enjoyed as long as they lived. At once some of the worst portions of London were purchased, tumble down structures were removed, and plain, high brick blocks erected. Around open squares where the children could find a playground, gas and water were supplied, bathing and laundry rooms furnished. Then the poor came eagerly with their scanty furniture, and hired one or two rooms for 25 or 50 cents a week. Cabmen, shoemakers, tailors, and needlewomen. Tenants were required to be temperate and of good moral character. Soon tiny pots of flowers were seen in the windows, and a happier look stole into the faces of hard-working fathers and mothers. Mr. Peabody soon increased his gift to the London poor to $3,000,000, saying, "If judiciously managed for 200 years, its accumulation will amount to a sum sufficient to buy this city of London." No wonder that these gifts of millions began to astonish the world. London gave him the freedom of the city in a gold box, an honor rarely bestowed, and erected his bronze statue near the Royal Exchange. Queen Victoria wished to make him a baron, but he declined all titles. What gift, then, would he accept, was eagerly asked. A letter from the Queen of England, which I may carry across the Atlantic and deposit as a memorial of one of her most faithful sons, was the response. It is not strange that so pure and noble a man as George Peabody admired the purity and nobility of character of her who governs England so wisely. A beautiful letter was returned by the Queen, assuring him how deeply she appreciated his noble act of more than princely munificence, an act, as the Queen believes, wholly without parallel, and asking him to accept a miniature portrait of herself. The portrait, in a massive gold frame, is 14 inches long and 10 inches wide, representing the Queen in robes of state, the largest miniature ever attempted in England, and for the making of which a furnace was especially built. The cost is believed to have been over $50,000 in gold. It is now preserved, with her letter, in the Peabody Institute near Danvers. October 25, 1866, the beautiful white marble Institute in Baltimore was to be dedicated. Mr. Peabody had crossed the ocean to be present. Besides the famous and the learned, 20,000 children with Peabody badges were gathered to meet him. The great man's heart was touched, as he said, "Never have I seen a more beautiful sight than this vast collection of interesting children. The review of the finest army, attended by the most delightful strains of martial music, could never give me half the pleasure." He was now 71 years old. He had given nearly 5 millions. Could the world expect any more? He realized that the freed slaves at the South needed an education. They were poor, and so were a large portion of the white race. He would give for their education $3,000,000. The same amount he had bestowed upon the poor of London. To the trustees having this gift in charge, he said, "With my advancing years, my attachment to my native land has become more devoted. My hope and faith in its successful and glorious future have grown brighter and stronger. But to make her prosperity more than superficial, her moral and intellectual development should keep pace with her material growth. I feel most deeply, therefore, that it is the duty and privilege of the more favored and wealthy portions of our nation to assist those who are less fortunate." Noble words! Mr. Peabody's health was beginning to fail. What he did must now be done quickly. Yale College received $150,000 for a museum of natural history; Harvard the same, for a museum of archaeology and ethnology; to found the Peabody Academy of Science at Salem, $140,000; to Newburyport Library, where the fire threw him out of employment, and thus probably broadened his path in life, $15,000; $25,000 each to various institutions of learning throughout the country, $10,000 to the Sanitary Commission during the war, besides $4,000,000 to his relatives, making in all $13,000,000. Just before his return to England, he made one of the most tender gifts of his life. The dear mother whom he idolized was dead, but he would build her a fitting monument, not a granite shaft, but a beautiful memorial church at Georgetown, Massachusetts, where for centuries, perhaps, others will worship the God she worshiped. On a marble tablet are the words, "Affectionately consecrated by her children, George and Judith, to the memory of Mrs. Judith Peabody." Whittier wrote the hymn for its dedication: "The heart and not the hand has wrought, From sunken base to tower above, The image of a tender thought, The memory of a deathless love." November 4, 1869, Mr. Peabody lay dying at the house of a friend in London. The Queen sent a special telegram of inquiry and sympathy, and desired to call upon him in person, but it was too late. "It is a great mystery," said the dying man feebly, "but I shall know all soon." At midnight he passed to his reward. Westminster Abbey opened her doors for a great funeral, where statesmen and earls bowed their heads in honor of the departed. Then the Queen sent her noblest man of war, Monarch, to bear in state, across the Atlantic, her friend, the once poor boy of Danvers. Around the coffin, in a room draped in black, stood immense wax candles, lighted. When the great ship reached America, legislatures adjourned, and went with governors and famous men to receive the precious freight. The body was taken by train to Peabody and then placed on a funeral car, 11 feet long and 10 feet high, covered with black velvet, trimmed with silver lace and stars. Under the casket were winged cherubs in silver. The car was drawn by 6 horses covered with black and silver, while corps of artillery preceded the long procession. At sunset the Institute was reached, and there, surrounded by the English and American flags draped with crape, the guard kept silent watch about the dead. At the funeral at the church, Hon. Robert C. Winthrop pronounced the eloquent eulogy of the brave, honest, noble-hearted friend of mankind. And then, amid a great concourse of people, George Peabody was buried at Harmony Grove by the side of the mother whom he so tenderly loved. Doubtless he looked out upon this greensward from his attic window when a child or when he labored in the village store. Well might 2 nations unite in doing honor to this man, both good and great, who gave $9,000,000 to bless humanity. The building fund of £500,000 left by Mr. Peabody for the benefit of the poor of London has now been increased by rents and interest to £857,320. The whole of this great sum of money is in active employment, together with £340,000 which the trustees have borrowed. A total of £1,170,787 has been expended during the time the fund has been in existence, of which £80,903 was laid out during 1884. The results of these operations are seen in blocks of artisans' dwellings built on land purchased by the trustees and let to working men at rents within their means, containing conveniences and comforts not ordinarily attainable by them, thus fulfilling the benevolent intentions of Mr. Peabody. At the present time 4,551 separate dwellings have been erected, containing 10,144 rooms, inhabited by 18,453 persons. 13 new blocks of buildings are now in course of erection and near completion. Indeed, there is no cessation in the work of fulfilling the intentions of the noble bequest. Boston Journal, March 7, 1885. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Pamela Krantz.
Chapter 2 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Chapter 2. Bayard Taylor. Since Samuel Johnson toiled in Grub Street, London, literature has scarcely furnished a more pathetic or inspiring illustration of struggle to success than that of Bayard Taylor. Born of Quaker parentage in the little town of Kennett Square near Philadelphia, January 11th, 1825, he grew to boyhood in the midst of fresh air and the hard work of farm life. His mother, a refined and intelligent woman who taught him to read at 4, and who early discovered her child's love for books, shielded him as far as possible from picking up stones and weeding corn, and set him to rocking the baby to sleep. What was her amazement one day, on hearing loud cries from the infant, to find Bayard absorbed in reading and rocking his own chair furiously, supposing it to be the cradle. It was evident that though such a boy might become a fine literary man, he could not be a successful baby tender. He was especially eager to read poetry and travels, and before he was 12 years old had devoured the contents of their small circulating library, as well as Cooper's novels and the histories of Gibbon, Robertson, and Hume. The few books which he owned were bought with money earned by selling nuts which he had gathered. He read Milton, Scott, Byron, and Wordsworth, and his mother would often hear him repeating poetry to his brother after they had gone to bed. He was always planning journeys in Europe, which seemed very far from being realized. At 14 he began to study Latin and French, and at 15 Spanish, and a year later he assisted in teaching at the academy where he was attending school. He was ambitious, but there seemed no open door. There is never an open door to fame or prosperity except we open it for ourselves. The world is too busy to help others, and assistance usually weakens rather than strengthens us. About this time he received, through request, an autograph from Charles Dickens, then lecturing in this country. The boy of 16 wrote in his journal, "It was not without a feeling of ambition that I looked upon it, that as he, a humble clerk, had risen to be the guest of a mighty nation, so I, a humble pedagogue, might, by unremitted and arduous intellectual and moral exertion, become a light, a star, among the names of my country. May it be. I believe all poets are possessed in a greater or less degree of ambition. I think this is never given without a mind of sufficient power to sustain it, and to achieve its lofty object." At 17, Bayard's schooling was over. He sketched well, and would gladly have gone to Philadelphia to study engraving, but he had no money. One poem had been published in the Saturday Evening Post. Those only who have seen their first poem in print can experience his joy. But writing poetry could not earn him a living. He had no liking for teaching, but as that seemed the only thing at hand, he would try to obtain a school. He did not succeed, however, and apprenticed himself for 4 years to a printer. He worked faithfully, using all his spare hours in reading and writing poetry. 2 years later he walked to Philadelphia and back, 30 miles each way, to see if 15 of his poems could not be printed in a book. His ambition evidently had not abated. Of course no publisher would take the book at his own risk. There was no way of securing its publication, therefore, but to visit his friends and solicit them to buy copies in advance. This was a trying matter for a refined nature, but it was a necessity. He hoped thus to earn a little money for travel, and to win a name that the person who shall be chosen to share with me the toils of life will not be ashamed to own. This person was Mary Agnew, whose love and that of Bayard Taylor form one of the saddest and tenderest pictures in our literature. At last the penniless printer boy had determined to see Europe. For 2 years he had read everything he could find upon travels abroad. His good mother mourned over the matter, and his acquaintances prophesied dire results from such a roving disposition. He would go again to Philadelphia and see if the newspapers did not wish correspondence from Europe. All the editors politely declined the ardent boy's proposals. Probably he did not know that unknown writers are not wanted. About to return home, not in despair, he afterwards wrote, but in a state of wonder as to where my funds would come from, for I felt certain they would come. The editor of the Saturday Evening Post offered him $4 a letter for 12 letters, $50, with the promise of taking more if they were satisfactory. The United States Gazette made a similar offer, and after selling a few manuscript poems which he had with him, he returned home in triumph with $150 in his pocket. This, he says, seemed sufficient to carry me to the end of the world. Immediately, Bayard and his cousin started on foot for Washington, 100 miles away, to see the member of Congress from their district, and obtain passports from him. Reaching a little village on their way thither, they were refused lodgings at the tavern because of the lateness of the hour, 9 o'clock, and walked on till near midnight. Then, seeing a house brilliantly lighted as for a wedding, they approached and asked the proprietor whether a tavern were near by. The man addressed turned fiercely upon the lads, shouting, "Begone! Leave the place instantly! Do you hear? Off!" The amazed boys hastened away, and at 3 o'clock in the morning, footsore and faint, after a walk of nearly 40 miles, slept in a cart standing beside an old farmhouse. And now at 19 he was in New York, ready for Europe. He called upon the author N.P. Willis, who had once written a kind note to him, and this gentleman, with a ready nature in helping others, alas, not always found among writers, gave him several letters of introduction to newspaper men. Mr. Greeley said bluntly, when applied to, "I am sick of descriptive letters, and will have no more of them, but I should like some sketches of German life and society, after you have been there and know something about it. If the letters are good, you shall be paid for them, but don't write until you know something." July 1st, 1844, Bayard and two young friends, after paying $10 each for steerage passage, started out for this eventful voyage. No wonder that as land faded from sight, and he thought of gentle Mary Agnew and his devoted mother, his heart failed him, and he quite broke down. After 28 days they landed in Liverpool, strangers, poor, knowing almost nothing of the world, but full of hope and enthusiasm. They spent 3 weeks in Scotland and the north of England, and then traveled through Belgium to Heidelberg. Bayard passed the first winter in Frankfurt in the plainest quarters, and then, with his knapsack on his back, visited Leipzig, Dresden, Prague, Vienna, and Munich. After this he walked over the Alps and through northern Italy, spending 4 months in Florence, and then visiting Rome. Often he was so poor that he lived on 20 cents a day. Sometimes he was without food for nearly 2 days, writing his natural and graphic letters when his ragged clothes were wet through, and his body faint from fasting. But the manly, enthusiastic youth always made friends by his good cheer and unselfishness. At last he was in London, with but 30 cents to buy food and lodging. But he had a poem of 1,200 lines in his knapsack, which he supposed any London publisher would be glad to accept. He offered it, but it was declined with thanks. The youth had not learned that Bayard Taylor unknown, and Bayard Taylor famous in 2 hemispheres, were 2 different names upon the title page of a book. Publishers cannot usually afford to do missionary work in their business. They print what they sell. Weak from seasickness, he says, hungry, chilled, and without a single acquaintance in the great city, my situation was about as hopeless as it is possible to conceive. Possibly he could obtain work in a printer's shop. This he tried hour after hour, and failed. Finally he spent his last 2d for bread and found a place to sleep in a third-rate chop-house, among sailors and actors from the lower theaters. He rose early so as not to be asked to pay for his bed, and again sought work. Fortunately, he met an American publisher who loaned him $5, and with a thankful heart he returned to pay for his lodging. For 6 weeks he stayed in his humble quarters, wrote letters home to the newspapers, and also sent various poems to the English journals, which were all returned to him. For 2 years he supported himself on $250 a year, earning it all by writing. I saw, he says, almost nothing of intelligent European society, but literature and art were nevertheless open to me, and a new day had dawned in my life. On his return to America, he found that his published letters had been widely read. He was advised to put them in a book, and Views Afoot, with a preface by N.P. Willis, were soon given to the world. 6 editions were sold the first year, and the boy who had seen Europe in the midst of so much privation found himself an author with the prospect of fame. Not alone had poverty made these 2 years hard to bear, he was allowed to hold no correspondence with Mary Agnew, because her parents steadily refused to countenance the young lovers. He had wisely made his mother his confidante, and she had counseled patience and hope. The rising fame possibly smoothed the course for true love, for at 21 Bayard became engaged to the idol of his heart. She was an intelligent and beautiful girl, with dark eyes and soft brown hair, and to the ardent young traveler seemed more angel than human. He showed her his every poem, and laid before her every purpose. He wrote her, "I have often dim, vague forebodings that an eventful destiny is in store for me." And then he added in quaint Quaker dialect, "I have told thee that existence would not be endurable without thee. I feel further that thy aid will be necessary to work out the destinies of the future. I am really glad that thou art pleased with my poetry. One word from thee is dearer to me than the cold praise of all the critics in the land." For the year following his return home, he edited a country paper, and thereby became involved in debts which required the labors of the next 3 years to cancel. He now decided to go to New York, if possible, where there would naturally be more literary society and openings for a writer. He wrote to editors and publishers, but there were no vacancies to be filled. Finally, he was offered enough to pay his board by translating, and this he gladly accepted. By teaching literature in a young ladies' school, he increased his income to $9 a week. Not a luxurious amount, surely. For a year he struggled on, saving every cent possible, and then Mr. Greeley gave him a place on the Tribune at $12 a week. He worked constantly, often writing poetry at midnight when his day's duties were over. He made true friends, such as Stedman and Stoddard, published a new book of poems, and in the beginning of 1849 life began to look full of promise. Sent by his paper to write up California, for 6 months he lived in the open air, his saddle for his pillow, and on his return wrote his charming book, El Dorado. He was now 25, out of debt, and ready to marry Mary Agnew. But a dreadful cloud had meantime gathered and burst over their heads. The beautiful girl had been stricken with consumption. The May Day bridal had been postponed. "God help me if I lose her," wrote the young author to Mr. Stoddard from her bedside. October 24th came, and the dying girl was wedded to the man she loved. 4 days later he wrote, "We have had some heartbreaking hours, talking of what is before us, and are both better and calmer for it." And later still, "She is radiantly beautiful, but it is not the beauty of earth. We have loved so long, so intimately, and so wholly, that the footsteps of her life have forever left their traces in mine." If my name should be remembered among men, hers will not be forgotten. December 21st, 1850, she went beyond, and Bayard Taylor at 26 was alone in the world, benumbed, unfitted for work of any kind. I am not my true self more than half the time. I cannot work with any spirit. Another such winter will kill me, I am certain. I shall leave next fall on a journey somewhere, no matter where, he wrote a friend. Fortunately, he took a trip to the Far East, traveling in Egypt, Asia Minor, India, and Japan for 2 years, writing letters which made him known the country over. On his return, he published 3 books of travel and accepted numerous calls in the lecture field. His stock in the Tribune had become productive, and he was gaining great success. His next long journey was to Northern Europe, when he took his brother and 2 sisters with him, as he could enjoy nothing selfishly. This time he saw much of the Brownings and Thackeray, and spent 2 days as the guest of Tennyson. He was no longer the penniless youth, vainly looking for work in London to pay his lodging, but the well-known traveller, lecturer, and poet. October 27th, 1857, 7 years after the death of Mary Agnew, he married the daughter of a distinguished German astronomer, Marie Hansen, a lady of great culture, whose companionship has ever proved a blessing. Tired of travel, Mr. Taylor now longed for a home for his wife and infant daughter, Lillian. He would erect on the old homestead where he played when a boy such a house as a poet would love to dwell in, and such as poet friends would delight to visit. So with minutest care and thought, Cedarcroft, a beautiful structure, was built in the midst of 200 acres. Every flower, every tree was planted with as much love as Scott gave to Abbotsford. But when it was completed, the old story had been told again, of expenses going far beyond expectations, and instead of anticipated rest, toil and struggle to pay debts and provide for constant outgoes. But Bayard Taylor was not the man to be disturbed by obstacles. He at once set to work to earn more than ever by his books and lectures. With his characteristic generosity, he brought his parents and his sisters to live in his home, and made everybody welcome to his hospitality. The Poet's Journal, a poem of exquisite tenderness, was written here, and Hannah Thurston, a novel, of which 15,000 were soon sold. Shortly after the beginning of our Civil War, Mr. Taylor was made Secretary of Legation at Russia. He was now 40 years of age, loved, well-to-do, and famous. His novels, John Godfrey's Fortunes and The Story of Kenneth, were both successful. The picture of St. John, rich and stronger than his other poems, added to his fame. But the gifted and versatile man was breaking in health. Again he traveled abroad and wrote byways in Europe. On his return he translated with great care and study Faust, which will always be a monument to his learning and literary skill. He published Lars, a Norway Pastoral, and gave delightful lectures on German literature at Cornell University and Lowell and Peabody Institutes at Boston and Baltimore. At last he wearied of the care and constant expense of Cedarcroft. He needed to be near the New York libraries. Mr. Greeley had died, his newspaper stock had declined, and he could not sell his home as he had hoped. There was no alternative but to go back in 1871 into the daily work of journalism in the Tribune office. The rest which he had longed for was never to come. For 4 years he worked untiringly, delivering the centennial ode at our exposition, and often speaking before learned societies. In 1878, President Hayes bestowed upon him a well-deserved honor by appointing him minister to Berlin. Germany rejoiced that a lover of her life and literature had been sent to her borders. The best of New York gathered to say good-bye to the noted author. Arriving in Berlin, Emperor William gave him cordial welcome, and Bismarck made him a friend. A pleasant residence was secured and furniture purchased. At last he was to find time to complete a long-desired work, the Lives of Goethe and Schiller. Prince Deucalion, his last noble poem, had just reached him. All was ready for the best and strongest work of his life, when lo, the overworked brain and body gave way. He did not murmur. Only once, December 19th, he groaned, I want, oh, you know what I mean, that stuff of life. It was too late. At 53, the great heart, the exquisite brain, the tired body were still. Dead he lay among his books, the peace of God was in his looks. Germany, as well as America, wept over the bier of the once poor Quaker lad who traveled over Europe with scarce a shilling in his pocket, now by his own energy brought to one of the highest positions in the gift of his country. December 22nd, the great of Germany gathered about his coffin, Berthold Auerbach, speaking beautiful words. March 13th, 1879, the dead poet lay in state in the City Hall of New York, in the midst of assembled thousands. The following day the body was borne to Cedarcroft, and surrounded by literary associates and tender friends, laid to rest. Public memorial meetings were held in various cities, where Holmes, Longfellow, Whittier, and others gave their loving tributes. A devoted student, a successful diplomat, a true friend, a noble poet, a gifted traveler, a man whose life will never cease to be an inspiration. End of chapter 2. Recording by Mary Schneider.
Chapter 3 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Captain James B. Eads. On the steamship Germanic, I played chess with the great civil engineer, Captain Eads, stimulated by the thought that to beat him was to defeat the man who had twice conquered the Mississippi. But I didn't defeat him. The building of a ship canal across the Isthmus of Suez made famous the Frenchman, Ferdinand de Lesseps. So the opening up of the mouth of the Mississippi River has distinguished Captain Eads. Today, both these men are struggling for the rare honor of joining, at the Isthmus of Panama, the waters of the great Atlantic and Pacific, a magnificent scheme, which, if successful, will save annually thousands of miles of dangerous sea voyage around Cape Horn, besides millions of money. The Great West seems to delight in producing self-made men like Lincoln, Grant, Eads, and others. James B. Eads was born in Indiana in 1820. He is slender in form, neat in dress, genial, courteous, and over 60 years of age. In 1833 his father started down the Ohio River with his family, proposing to settle in Wisconsin. The boat caught fire and his scanty furniture and clothing were burned. Young Eads barely escaped ashore with his pantaloons, shirt, and cap. Taking passage on another boat, this boy of 13 landed at St. Louis with his parents, his little bare feet first touching the rocky shore of the city on the very spot where he afterwards located and built the largest steel bridge in the world, over the Mississippi, one of the most difficult feats of engineering ever performed in America. At the age of 9, young Eads made a short trip on the Ohio, when the engineer of the steamboat explained to him so clearly the construction of the steam engine, that before he was a year older he built a little working model of it, so perfect in its parts and movements that his schoolmates would frequently go home with him after school to see it work. A locomotive engine driven by a concealed rat was one of his next juvenile feats in mechanical engineering. From 8 to 13 he attended school, after which, from necessity, he was placed as clerk in a dry goods store. How few young people of the many to whom poverty denies an education either understand the value of the saying, "Knowledge is power," or exercise will sufficient to overcome obstacles. Will power and thirst for knowledge elevated General Garfield from driving canal horses to the presidency of the United States. Over the store in St. Louis, where he was engaged, his employer lived. He was an old bachelor, and having observed the tastes of his clerk, gave him his first book in engineering. The old gentleman's library furnished evening companions for him during the 5 years he was thus employed. Finally, his health failing, at the age of 19 he went on a Mississippi River steamer, from which time to the present day that great river has been to him an all absorbing study. Soon afterwards he formed a partnership with a friend, and built a small boat to raise cargoes of vessels sunken in the Mississippi. While this boat was building, he made his first venture in submarine engineering, on the lower rapids of the river, by the recovery of several hundred tons of lead. He hired a scow or flatboat, and anchored it over the wreck. An experienced diver, clad in armor, who had been hired at considerable expense in Buffalo, was lowered into the water. But the rapids were so swift that the diver, though encased in the strong armor, feared to be sunk to the bottom. Young Eads determined to succeed, and finding it impracticable to use the armor, went ashore, purchased a whiskey barrel, knocked out the head, attached the air pump hose to it, fastened several heavy weights to the open end of the barrel, then, swinging it on a derrick, he had a practical diving bell, the best use I ever heard made of a whiskey barrel. Neither the diver nor any of the crew would go down in this contrivance; so the dauntless young engineer, having full confidence in what he had read in books, was lowered within the barrel down to the bottom, the lower end of the barrel being open. The water was 16 feet deep and very swift. Finding the wreck, he remained by it a full hour, hitching ropes to pig lead till a ton or more was safely hoisted into his own boat. Then, making a signal by a small line attached to the barrel, he was lifted on deck, and in command again. The sunken cargo was soon successfully raised, and was sold, and netted a handsome profit, which, increased by other successes, enabled energetic Eads to build larger boats, with powerful pumps, and machinery on them for lifting entire vessels. He surprised all his friends in floating even immense sunken steamers, boats which had long been given up as lost. When the rebellion came, it was soon evident that a strong fleet must be put upon western rivers to assist our armies. Word came from the government to Captain Eads to report in Washington. His thorough knowledge of the "Father of Waters" and its tributaries, and his practical suggestions, secured an order to build 7 gunboats, and soon after an order for the 8th was given. In 48 hours after receiving this authority, his agents and assistants were at work, and suitable ship timber was felled in half a dozen western states for their hulls. Contracts were awarded to large engine and iron works in St. Louis, Pittsburgh, and Cincinnati, and within 100 days 8 powerful ironclad gunboats, carrying over 100 large cannon and costing $1,000,000, were achieving victories no less important for the Mississippi Valley than those which Ericsson's famous "cheese box Monitor" afterwards won on the James River. These 8 gunboats Commodore Foote ably employed in his brave attacks on Forts McHenry and Donaldson. They were the first ironclads the United States ever owned. Captain Eads covered the boats with iron; Commodore Foote covered them with glory. Eads built not less than 14 of these gunboats. During the war the models were exhibited by request to the German and other governments. His next work was to throw across the mighty Mississippi River, nearly half a mile wide, at St. Louis, a monstrous steel bridge, supported by 3 arches, the spans of 2 being 502 feet long, and the central one 520 feet. The huge piles were ingeniously sunk in the treacherous sand, 136 feet below the flood level, to the solid rock, through 90 feet of sand. This bridge and its approaches cost $80 millions, and is used by 10 or 12 railroad companies. Above the tracks is a big street with carriage roads, street cars, and walks for foot passengers. The honor of building the finest bridge in the world would have satisfied most men, but not ambitious Captain Eads. He actually loved the noble river in which De Soto, its discoverer, was buried, and fully realized the vast, undeveloped resources of its rich valleys. Equally well he understood what a gigantic work in the past the river and its 1,500 sizable tributaries had accomplished in times of freshets, by depositing soil and sand north of the original Gulf of Mexico, forming an alluvial plain 500 miles long, 60 miles wide, and of unknown depth, and having a delta extending out into the Gulf 60 miles long and as many miles wide, and probably a mile deep. And yet this heroic man, although jealously opposed for years by West Point engineers, having a sublime confidence in the laws of nature, and actuated by intense desire to benefit mankind, dared to stand on the immense sandbars at the mouth of this defiant stream, and making use of the jetty system, bid the river itself dig a wide, deep channel into the seas beyond for the world's commerce. Captain Eads, who had studied the improvements on the Danube, Maas, and other European rivers, observed that all rivers flow faster in their narrow channels, and carry along in the swift water sand, gravel, and even stones. This familiar law he applied at the South Pass of the Mississippi River, where the waters, though deep above, escaped from the banks into the Gulf and spread sediment far and wide. The water on the sandbars of the three principal passes varied from 8 to 13 feet in depth. Many vessels require twice the depth. Two piers, 1,200 feet apart, were built from Land's End, a mile into the sea. They were made from willows, timber, gravel, concrete, and stone. Mattresses 100 feet long, from 25 to 50 feet wide, and 2 feet thick, were constructed from small willows placed at right angles and bound securely together. These were floated into position and sunk with gravel, one mattress upon another, which the river soon filled with sand that firmly held them in their place. The top was finished with heavy concrete blocks to resist the waves. These piers are called jetties, and the swift collected waters have already carried over 5,000,000 cubic yards of sand into the deep Gulf, and made a shipway over 30 feet deep. The $5,000,000 paid by the United States was little enough for so priceless a service. In June, 1844, Captain Eads received the Albert Medal of the British Society of Arts, the first American upon whom this honor has been conferred. Before his great enterprise of the Tehuantepec Ship Railroad had been completed, he died at Nassau, New Providence, Bahama Islands, March 8, 1887, after a brief illness of pneumonia, at the age of 67. End of Chapter 3. Captain James B. Eads. Read by Barry Eads.
Chapter 4 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Siddharth. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Chapter 4. James Watt. The history of inventors is generally the same old struggle with poverty. Sir Richard Arkwright, the youngest of 13 children with no education, a barber, shaving in a cellar for a penny to each customer, dies worth $2.5 million after being knighted by the king for his inventions in spinning. Elias Howe, Jr., in want and sorrow, lives on beans in a London attic, and dies at 45, having received over $2 million from his sewing machines in 13 years. Success comes only through hard work and determined perseverance. The steps to honor or wealth or fame are not easy to climb. The history of James Watt, the inventor of steam engine, is no exception to the rule of struggling to win. He was born in the little town of Greenock, Scotland, 1736. Too delicate to attend school, he was taught reading by his mother and a little writing and arithmetic by his father. When 6 years of age, He would draw mechanical lines and circles on the hilt with a colored piece of chalk. His favorite play was to take to pieces his little carpenter tools and make them into different ones. He was an obedient boy, especially devoted to his mother, a cheerful and very intelligent woman who always encouraged him. She would say in any childish quarrels, "Let James speak. From him I always hear the truth." Old George Herbert said, "One good mother is worth 100 schoolmasters," and such a one was Mrs. Watt. When sent to school, James was too sensitive to mix with rough boys and was very unhappy with them. When nearly 14, his parents sent him to a friend in Glasgow, who soon wrote back that they must come for their boy, for he told so many interesting stories that he had read, that he kept the family up till very late at night. His aunt wrote that he would sit for an hour taking off the lid of the tea kettle and putting it on, holding now a cup and now a silver spoon over the steam, watching how it rises from the spout, and catching and condensing the drops of hot water it falls into. Before he was 15, he had read a natural philosophy twice, though, as well as every other book he could lay his hands on. He had made an electrical machine and startled his young friends by some sudden shocks. He had a bench for his special use, and a forge where he made small cranes, pulleys, pumps, and repaired instruments used on ships. He was fond of astronomy and would lie on his back on the ground for hours looking at the stars. Frail though he was in health, yet he must prepare himself to earn a living. When he was 18, with many tender words from his mother, her only boy started for Glasgow to learn the trade of making mathematical instruments. In his little trunk, besides his best clothes, which were a ruffled shirt, a velvet waistcoat, and silk stockings, were a leather apron and some carpenter tools. Here he found a position with a man who sold and mended spectacles, repaired fiddles, and made fishing nets and rods. Finding that he could learn very little in his shop, an old sea captain, a friend of the family, took him to London. Here, day after day, he walked the streets asking for a situation, but nobody wanted him. Finally, he offered to work for a watchmaker without pay, till he found a place to learn his trade. This he at last obtained with a Mr. Morgan, to whom he agreed to give $100 for the year's teaching. As his father was poorly able to help him, the conscientious boy lived on $2 a week, earning most of this pittance by rising early and doing odd jobs before his employer opened his shop in the morning. He labored every evening until 9 o'clock except Saturday, and was soon broken in health by hunger and overwork. His mother's heart ached for him, but, like other poor boys, he must make his way alone. At the end of the year, he went to Glasgow to open a shop for himself, but other mechanics were jealous of a newcomer, and would not permit him to rent a place. A professor at Glasgow University knew the deserving young man and offered him a room in the college, which he gladly accepted. He and the lad who assisted him could earn only $10 a week, and there was little sale for the instruments after they were made, so, following the example of his first master, he began to make and mend flutes, fiddles, and guitars, though he did not know one note from another. One of his customers wanted an organ built, and at once Watt set to work to learn the theory of music. When the organ was finished, a remarkable one for those times, the young machinist had added to it several inventions of his own. This earning a living was a hard matter, but it brought energy, developed thought, and probably helped more than all else to make him famous. The world in general works no harder than circumstances compel. Poverty is no barrier to falling in love, and, poor though he was, he now married Margaret Miller, his cousin, whom he had long tenderly loved. Their home was plain and small, but she had the sweetest of dispositions, was always happy, and made his life sunny even in the darkest hours of struggling. Meantime, he had made several intellectual friends in the college, one of whom talked much to him about a steam carriage. Steam was not by any means unknown. Hero, a Greek physician who lived at Alexandria a century before the Christian era, tells how the ancients used it. Some crude engines were made in Watt's time, the best being that of Thomas Newcomen, called an atmospheric engine, and used in raising water from coal mines. It could do comparatively little, however, and many of the mines were now useless because the water nearly drowned the miners. Watt first experimented with common valves for steam reservoirs, and Keynes hollowed out for steam pipes. For months he went on working night and day, trying new plans, testing the powers of steam, boring a brass syringe a foot long for his cylinder, till finally the essential principle of the steam engine were born in his mind. He wrote to a friend, "My whole thoughts are bent on this machine. I can think of nothing else." He hired an old cellar and for 2 months worked on his model. His tools were poor, his foreman died, and the engine, when completed, leaked in all parts. His old business of mending instruments had fallen off. He was badly in debt, and had no money to push forward the invention. He believed that he had found the right principle, but he could not let his family starve. Sick at heart and worn in body, he wrote, "Of all things in life, there is nothing more foolish than inventing." For what? His great need was money. Money to buy food, money to buy tools, money to give him leisure for thought. Finally, a friend induced Dr. Roebuck, an iron dealer, to become Watt's partner, pay his debts of $5,000, take out a patent, and perfect the engine. Watt went to London for his patent, but so long was he delayed by indifferent officials that he wrote home to his young wife quite discouraged. With a brave heart in their pinching poverty, Margaret wrote back, "I beg that you will not make yourself uneasy, though things should not succeed to your wish. If the engine will not do, something else will. Never despair." On his return home, for 6 months he worked in setting up his engine. The cylinder, having been badly cast, was almost worthless. The piston, though wrapped in cork, oil tracks, and old hat, let the air in and the steam out, and the model proved a failure. "Today," he said, "I enter the 35th year of my life, and I think I have hardly yet done 35 pence worth of good in the world, but I cannot help it. The path to success was not easy." Dr. Roebuck was getting badly in debt, and could not aid him as he had promised. So Watt went sadly back to surveying, a business he had taken up to keep the wolf from the door. In feeble health, out in the worst weather, his clothes often wet though, life seemed almost unbearable. When absent on one of these surveying excursions, word was brought that Margaret, his beloved wife, was dead. He was completely unnerved. Who would care for his little children, or be to him what he had often called her, the comfort of his life? After this, he would often pause on the threshold of his humble home to summon courage to enter, since she was no longer there to welcome him. She had shared his poverty, but was never to share his fame and wealth. And now came a turning point in his life. Though the struggles were by no means over, at Birmingham lived Matthew Bolton, a rich manufacturer, 8 years older than Watt. He employed over 1,000 men in his hardware establishment, and in making clocks and reproducing rare vases. He was a friend of Benjamin Franklin, with whom he had corresponded about the steam engine, and he had also heard of Watt and his invention through Dr. Roebuck. He was urged to assist But Watt waited 3 years longer for aid. 9 years had passed since he made his invention. He was in debt, without business, and in poor health. What could he do? He seemed likely to finish life without any success. Finally, Bolton was induced to engage in the manufacture of engines, giving Watt 1/3 of the profits, if any were made. One engine was constructed by Bolton's men, and it worked admirably. Soon orders came in for others. As the mines were in bad condition, and the water must be pumped out, fortunes, like misfortunes, rarely come singly. Just at this time, the Russian government offered Watt $5,000 yearly if he would go to that country. Such a sum was an astonishment. How he wished Margaret could have lived to see this proud day. He could not well be spared from the company now, so he lived on at Birmingham, marrying a second time, Anne MacGregor of Scotland, to care for his children and his home. She was a very different woman from Margaret Miller, a neat housekeeper, but seemingly lacking in the lovable qualities which make sunshine even in the plainest home. As soon as the Bolton and Watt engines were completed and success seemed assured, obstacles arose from another quarter. Engines had been put into several Cornwall mines which bore the singular names of L and Cakes, Wheat Fanny, Wheat Abraham, Cupboard, and Cook's Kitchen. As soon as the miners found that these engines worked well, they determined to destroy the patent by the cry that Bolton and Watt had a monopoly of a thing which the world needed. Petitions were circulated giving great uneasiness to both the partners. Several persons also stole the principle of the engine, either by bribing the enginemen or by getting them drunk, so that they would tell the secrets of their employers. And the patent was constantly infringed upon. Every hour was a warfare. Watt said, "The rascality of mankind is almost past belief." Meantime, Bolton, with his many branches of business and the low state of trade, had gotten deeply in debt, and was pressed on every side for the tens of thousands which he owed. Watt was nearly insane with this trouble. He wrote to Bolton, "I cannot rest in my bed until these money matters have assumed some determinate form. I am plagued with the blues. I am quite eaten up with the mollygrubs." Soon after this, Watt invented the letter copying press, which at first was greatly opposed, because it was thought that forged names and letters would result. After a time, however, there was great demand for it. Watt was urged by Bolton to invent a rotary engine, but this was finally done by their head workman, William Murdoch, the inventor of lighting by gas. He also made the first model of a locomotive, which frightened the village preacher nearly out of his senses as it came puffing down the street one evening. Though devoted to his employers, sometimes working all night for them, they counselled him to give up all thought about his locomotive, lest by developing it he might in time withdraw from their firm. Alas, for the selfishness of human nature! He was never made a partner, and though he thought out many inventions after his day's work was done, he remained faithful to their service till the end of his life. Mr. Buckle tells this good story of Murdoch. Having found that fish skins could be used instead of isinglass, he came to London to inform the brewers, and took board in a handsome house. Fancying himself in his laboratory, he went on his experiments. Imagined the horror of the landlady when she entered his room and found her elegant wallpaper covered with wet fish skins, hung up to dry. The inventor took an immediate departure with his skins. When the rotary engine was finished, the partners sought to obtain a charter, when lo, the millers and the mealmen all opposed it, because, they said, if flour is ground by steam, the wind and water mills will stop, and men will be thrown out of work. Bolton and Watt viewed with contempt this new obstacle of ignorance. "Carry out this agreement," said the former, and we must annihilate watermills themselves, and go back again to grinding of corn by hand labor. Presently a large mill was burned by incendiaries with a loss of $50,000. Watt, about this time, invented his parallel motion, and the governor for regulating the speed of the engine. Large orders began to come in, even from America and the West Indies, but not till they had expended $200,000 were there any profits. Times were brightening for the hard-working inventor. He lost his despondency and did not long for death, as he had previously. After a time, he had built a lovely home at Heathfield, in the midst of 40 acres of trees, flowers, and tasteful walks. He gathered some of the greatest minds of the world: Dr. Priestley, who discovered oxygen; Sir William Herschel, Dr. Darwin, Josiah Wedgwood, and scores of others who talked of science and literature. Mrs. Watt so detested dirt, and so hated the sight of her husband's leather apron and soiled hands, that he built for himself a garret where he could work unmolested by his wife, or her broom and dustpan. She never allowed even her 2 pug dogs to come across the hall without wiping their feet on the mat. She would seize and carry away her husband's snuff box wherever she found it, because she considered snuff as dirt. At night, when she retired from the dining room, if Mr. Watt did not follow at the time fixed by her, she sent a servant to remove the lights. If friends were present, he would say meekly, "We must go," and walk slowly out of the room. Such conduct must have been about as trying as the failure of his engines. For days together he would stay in his garret, not even coming down to his meals, cooking his food in his frying pan and Dutch oven which he kept by him. One cannot help wondering whether sometimes, as he worked up there alone, he did not think of Margaret, whose face would have brightened even that dingy room. A crushing sorrow now came to him. His only daughter, Jessie, died, and then his pet son, Gregory, the dearest friend of Humphrey Davy, a young man of brilliant scholarship and oratorical powers. Bolton died before his partner, loved and lamented by all, having followed the precept he once gave to Watt: "Keep your mind and your heart pleasant, if possible, for the way to go through life sweetly is not to regard rubs." Watt died peacefully August 19th, 1819, in his 83rd year, and was buried in beautiful Handsworth Church. Here stands Chantry's masterpiece, a sitting statue of the great inventor. Another is in Westminster Abbey. When Lord Brougham was asked to write the inscription for this monument, he said, "I reckon it one of the chief honours of my life." Sir James Mackintosh placed him at the head of all inventors in all ages and nations, and Wordsworth regarded him, considering both the magnitude and the universality of his genius, as perhaps the most extraordinary man that this country could have ever produced. After all the struggle came wealth and fame. The mine opens up its treasures only to those who are persevering enough to dig into it, and life itself yields little, only to such as have the courage and the will to overcome obstacles. Heathfield had passed into other hands, but the quiet garret is just as James Watt left it at death. Here is a large sculpture machine, and many busts partly copied. Here is the handkerchief tied to the beam on which he rested his head. The beam itself is crumbling to dust. Little pots of chemicals on the shelves are hardened by age. A bunch of withered grapes is on a dish, and the ashes are in the grate as when he sat before it. Close by is the hair trunk of his beloved Gregory, full of his school books, his letters, and his childish toys. This the noble old man kept beside him to the last. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Sir Josiah Mason. One sunny morning in June, I went out 5 miles from the great manufacturing city of Birmingham, England, to the pretty town called Erdington, to see the Mason Orphanage. I found an immense brick structure with high Gothic towers in the midst of 13 acres of velvety lawn. Over the portals of the building were the words, "Do deeds of love." 300 happy children were scattered over the premises. The girls in brown dresses with long white aprons. Some were in the great playroom, some doing the housework, and some serving at dinner. Sly Cupid creeps into an orphan asylum even, and the matron had to watch carefully lest the biggest pieces of bread and butter be given by the girls to the boys they liked best. In the large grounds full of flowers and trees, among the children he so tenderly loved and called by name, the founder, Sir Josiah Mason, and his wife are buried in a beautiful mausoleum, a Gothic chapel with stone carving and stained-glass windows. And who was this founder? In a poor plain home in Kidderminster, February 23rd, 1795, Sir Josiah Mason was born. His father was a weaver, and his mother the daughter of a laborer. At 8 years of age, with, of course, little education, the boy began the struggle of earning a living. His mother fitted up 2 baskets for him, and these he filled with baker's cakes, and sold them about the streets. Little Joe became so great a favorite that the buyers often gave him an extra penny. Finally a donkey was obtained, and a bag containing cakes in one end and fruit and vegetables in the other was strapped across his back. In this way, for 7 years, Joe peddled from door to door. Did anybody ever think then that he would be rich and famous? The poor mother helped him with her scanty means, and both parents allowed him to keep all he could make. His father's advice used to be, "Joe, thee'st got a few pence, never let anybody know how much thee'st got in thee pockets." And well the boy carried out his father's injunction in after life. When he was 15, his brother had become a confirmed invalid and needed a constant attendant. The father was away at the shop, and the mother busy with her cares, so Joe, who thought of others always before himself, determined to be the nurse and earn some money also. He set about becoming a shoemaker, having learned the trade from watching an old man who lived near their house, but he could make only a bare pittance. Then he taught himself writing, and earned a trifle for composing letters and valentines for his poor neighbors. This money he spent in books, for he was eager for an education. He read no novels nor poetry, but books of history, science, and theology. Finally the mother started a small grocery and bakery, and Joe assisted. Many of their customers were tramps and beggars, who could buy only an ounce or half-ounce of tea, but even a farthing was welcome to the Masons. Later Josiah took up carpet weaving and blacksmithing, but he could never earn more than $5 a week, and he became restless and eager for a broader field. He had courage, was active and industrious, and had good habits. He was now 21. He decided to go to Birmingham on Christmas Day to visit an uncle whom he had never seen. He went, and this was the turning point of his life. His uncle gave him work in making gilt toys, and what was perhaps better still for the poor young man, he fell in love with his cousin, Annie Griffiths, and married her the following year. This marriage proved a great blessing, and for 52 years, childless, they two were all in all to each other. For 6 years the young husband worked early and late, with the promise of succeeding to the small business. But at the end of those years That promise was broken, and Mason found himself at 30, out of work and owning less than $100. Walking down the street one day, in no very happy frame of mind, a stranger stepped up to him and said, "Mr. Mason?" "Yes," was the answer. "You are now, I understand, without employment. I know someone who wants just such a man as you, and I will introduce him to you. Will you meet me to-morrow morning at Mr. Harrison's, the split ring maker?" "I will." The next day the stranger said to Mr. Harrison, "I have brought you the very man you want." The business man eyed Mason closely, saying, "I've had a good many young men come here, but they're afraid of dirtying their fingers." Mason opened his somewhat calloused hands, and looking at them said, "Are you ashamed of dirtying yourself to get your own living?" Mason was at once employed, and a year later Mr. Harrison offered him the business at $2,500. Several men, observing the young man's good qualities, had offered to loan him money when he should go into trade for himself. He bethought himself of these friends and called upon them, but they all began to make excuse. The world's proffers of help or friendship we can usually discount by half. Seeing that not a dollar could be borrowed, Mr. Harrison generously offered to wait for the principal till it could be earned out of the profits. This was a noble act, and Mr. Mason never ceased to be grateful for it. He soon invented a machine for beveling hoop rings, and made $5,000 the first year from its use. Thenceforward his life reads like a fairy tale. One day, seeing some steel pens on a card in a shop window, he went in and purchased one for 12 cents. That evening he made 3, and enclosed one in a letter to Perry of London, the maker, paying 18 cents postage, which now would only be 2 cents. His pen was such an improvement that Mr. Perry at once wrote for all he could make. In a few years Mason became the greatest pen maker in the world, employing 1,000 persons and turning out over 5,000,000 pens per week. 60 tons of pens, containing 1.5 million pens to the ton, were often in his shops. What a change from peddling cakes from door to door in Kidderminster! Later he became the moneyed partner in the great electroplating trade of the Elkingtons, whose beautiful work at the Centennial Exposition we all remember. Mr. Mason never forgot his laborers. When he established copper smelting works in Wales, he built neat cottages for the workmen and schools for the 350 children. The Welsh refused to allow their children to attend school where they would be taught English. Mr. Mason overcame this by distributing hats, bonnets, and other clothing to the pupils, and, once in school, they needed no urging to remain. The manufacturer was as hard a worker as any of his men. For years he was the first person to come to his factory and the last to leave it. He was quick to decide a matter and act upon it, and the most rigid economist of time. He allowed nobody to waste his precious hours with idle talk, nor did he waste theirs. He believed, with Shakespeare, that talkers are no good doers. His hours were regular. He took much exercise on foot and lived with great simplicity. He was always cheerful and had great self-control. Finally he began to ask himself how he could best use his money before he died. He remembered his poor struggling mother in his boyish days. His first gift should be a home for aged women, a noble thought. His next should be for orphans, as he was a great lover of children. For 8 years he watched the beautiful building of his orphanage go up, and then saw the happy children gathered within, bringing many of them from Kidderminster, who were as destitute as himself when a boy. He seemed to know and love each child, for whose benefit he had included even his own lovely home, $1 million in all. The annual income for the orphanage is about $50,000. What a pleasure he must have had as he saw them swinging in the great playgrounds, where he had even thought to make triple columns so they could better play hide and seek. At 8 he was trudging the streets to earn bread. They should have an easier lot through his generosity. For this and other noble deeds, Queen Victoria made him a knight. What would his poor mother have said to such an honor for her boy had she been alive? What would the noble man, now over 80, do next with his money? He recalled how hard it had been for him to obtain knowledge. The colleges were patronized largely by the rich. He would build a great school of science, free to all who depended upon themselves for support. They might study mathematics, languages, chemistry, civil engineering, without distinction of sex or race. For 5 years he watched the elegant brick and stone structure in Birmingham rise from its foundations. And then, October 1st, 1880, in the midst of assembled thousands, and in the presence of such men as Fawcett, Bright, and Max Muller, Mason Science College was formally opened. Professor Huxley, R.W. Dale, and others made eloquent addresses. In the evening, 1,000 of the best of England gathered at the college, made beautiful by flowers and crimson drapery. On the dais sat the noble giver in his 86th year. The silence was impressive as the grand old man arose, handing the key of his college, his $1,000,000 gift, to the trustees. Surely truth is stranger than fiction. To what honor and renown had come the humble peddler! On the following 25th of June, Sir Josiah Mason was borne to his grave in the Erdington Mausoleum. 350 orphan children followed his coffin, which was carried by 8 servants or working men, as he had requested. After the children had sung a hymn, they covered the coffin lid with flowers, which he so dearly loved. He sleeps in the midst of his gifts, one of England's noble benefactors. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Bernard Palissy. In the Louvre in Paris, preserved among almost priceless gems, are several pieces of exquisite pottery called Palissy ware. Thousands examine them every year, yet but few know the struggles of the man who made such beautiful works of art. Born in the south of France in 1509, in a poor plain home, Bernard Palissy grew to boyhood, sunny-hearted and hopeful, learning the trade of painting on glass from his father. He had an ardent love for nature, and sketched rocks, birds, and flowers with his boyish hands. When he was 18, he grew eager to see the world, and with a tearful good-bye from his mother, started out to seek his fortune. For 10 years he traveled from town to town, now painting on glass for some rich lord, and now sketching for a peasant family in return for food. Meantime he made notes about vegetation and the forming of crystals in the mountains of Auvergne, showing that he was an uncommon boy. Finally, like other young people, he fell in love, and was married at 28. He could not travel about the country now, so he settled in the little town of Sants. And then a baby came into their humble home. How could he earn more money, since the poor people about him had no need for painted glass? Every time he tried to plan some new way to grow richer, his daily needs weighed like a millstone round his neck. About this time he was shown an elegant enameled cup from Italy. What if I could be the first and only maker of such ware in France, thought he. But he had no knowledge of clay, and no money to visit Italy, where alone the secret could be obtained. The Italians began making such pottery about the year 1300, 2 centuries earlier. The pagan king of Majorca, in the Mediterranean Sea, was said to keep confined in his dungeons 20,000 Christians. The Archbishop of Pisa incited his subjects to make war upon such an infidel king, and after a year's struggle the Pisans took the island killed the ruler, and brought home his heir, and great booty. Among the spoils were exquisite Moorish plates, which were so greatly admired that they were hung on the walls of Italian churches. At length the people learned to imitate the Majolica ware, which brought very high prices. The more Palissy thought about this beautiful pottery, the more determined he became to attempt its making. But he was like a man groping in the dark. He had no knowledge of what composed the enamel on the ware, but he purchased some drugs and ground them to powder. Then he bought earthen pots, broke them in pieces, spread the powder upon the fragments, and put them in a furnace to bake. He could ill afford to build a furnace, or even to buy the earthenware, but he comforted his young wife with the thought that as soon as he discovered what would produce white enamel, they would become rich. When the pots had been heated sufficiently, as he supposed, he took them out. But lo! the experiment had availed nothing. Either he had not hit upon the right ingredients, or the baking had been too long or too short a time. He must, of course, try again. For days and weeks he pounded and ground new materials, but no success came. The weeks grew into months. Finally his supply of wood became exhausted, and the wife was losing her patience with these whims of an inventor. They were poor, and needed present income rather than future prospects. She had ceased to believe Palissy's stories of riches coming from white enamel. Had she known that she was marrying an inventor, she might well have hesitated, lest she starve in the days of experimenting. But now it was too late. His wood used up, Palissy was obliged to make arrangements with a potter who lived 3 miles away, to burn the broken pieces in his furnace. His enthusiasm made others hopeful, so that the promise to pay when white enamel was discovered was readily accepted. To make matters sure of success at this trial, he sent between 300 and 400 pieces of earthenware to his neighbor's furnace. Some of these would surely come back with the powder upon them melted, and the surface would be white. Both himself and wife waited anxiously for the return of the ware, she much less hopeful than he, however. When it came, he says in his journal, I received nothing but shame and loss, because it turned out good for nothing. 2 years went by in this almost hopeless work, then a third, 3 whole years of borrowing money, wood, and chemicals, 3 years of consuming hope and desperate poverty. Palissy's family had suffered extremely. 1 child had died, probably from destitution. The poor wife was discouraged, and at last angered at his foolishness. Finally the pottery fever seemed to abate, and Palissy went back to his drudgery of glass painting and occasional surveying. Nobody knew the struggle it had cost to give up this great discovery, but it must be done. Henry II, who was then King of France, had placed a new tax on salt, and Palissy was appointed to make maps of all the salt marshes of the surrounding country. Some degree of comfort now came back to his family. New clothes were purchased for the children, and the overworked wife repented of her lack of patience. When the surveying was completed, a little money had been saved, but alas, the pottery fever had returned. 3 dozen new earthen pots were bought, chemicals spread over them as before, and these taken to a glass furnace, where the heat would be much greater. He again waited anxiously, and when they were returned, some of the powder had actually melted and run over the earthenware. This added fuel to the flame of his hope and ambition, and now for 2 whole years more he went between his house and the glass furnace, always hoping, always failing. His home had now become like a pauper's. For 5 years he had chased this will-o'-the-wisp of white enamel, and the only result was the sorrow of his relatives and the scorn of his neighbors. Finally he promised his heartbroken wife that he would make but 1 more trial, and if this failed, he would give up experimenting and support her and the children. He resolved that this should be an almost superhuman effort. In some unknown way he raised the money for new pots and 300 mixtures of chemicals. Then, with the feelings of a man who has but 1 chance for life, he walked beside the person who carried his precious stock to the furnace. He sat down before the mouth of the great hot oven and waited 4 long hours. With what a sinking heart he watched the pieces as they were taken out. He hardly dared look, because it would probably be the old story of failure. But lo! some were melted, and as they hardened, oh, joy unspeakable, they turned white. He hastened home with unsteady step, like one intoxicated, to tell his wife the overwhelming truth. Surely he could not stop now in this great work, and all must be done in secret, lest other potters learn the art. Fears no doubt mingled with the new-born hopes of Mrs. Palissy, for there was no regular work before her husband, and no steady income for hungry little mouths. Besides, he must needs build a furnace in the shed adjoining their home. But how could he obtain the money? Going to the brickyard, he pledged some of the funds he hoped to receive in the future, and brought home the bricks upon his back. Then he spent 7 long months experimenting in clay vessels, that he might get the best shapes and quality to take the enamel. For another month, from early morning till late at night, he pounded his preparations of tin, lead, iron, and copper, and mixed them, as he hoped, in proper proportions. When his furnace was ready, he put in his clay pots and seated himself before the mouth. All day and all night he fed the fire, his little children bringing him soup, which was all the food the house afforded. A second day and night he watched the results eagerly, but the enamel did not melt. Covered with perspiration and faint from loss of sleep and food, with the desperation of hope that is akin to despair, for 6 days and 6 nights, catching scarcely a moment of sleep, he watched the earthen pots. But still the enamel did not melt. At last, thinking that his proportions in his mixtures might have been wrong, he began once more to pound and grind the materials, without letting his furnace cool. His clay vessels, which he had spent 7 months in making, were also useless, so he hastened to the shops and bought new ones. The family was now nearly frantic with poverty and the pottery madness of the father. To make matters quite unbearable, the wood had given out, and the furnace fires must not stop. Almost wild with hope deferred and the necessities of life pressing upon him, Palissy tore up the fence about his garden and thrust it into the furnace mouth. Still the enamel did not melt. He rushed into the house and began breaking up the table and chairs for fuel. His wife and children were horrified. They ran through the streets, crying out that Palissy was tearing the house down and had become crazy. The neighbors gathered and begged him to desist, but all to no purpose. He tore up the floors of the house and threw them in. The town jeered at him and said, "It is right that he die of hunger, seeing that he has left off following his trade." He was exhausted and dried up by the heat of the furnace, but still he could not yield. Finally the enamel melted, but now he was more crazy than before. He must go forward, come what might. With his family nearer than ever to starvation, he hired an assistant potter, promising the old promise, to pay when the discovery had been perfected. The town of Sens must have become familiar with that promise. An innkeeper boarded the potter for 6 months, and charged it to Palissy, to be paid, like all the other bills, in the future. Probably Mrs. Palissy did not wish to board the assistant, even had she possessed the necessary food. At the end of the 6 months the potter departed, receiving as pay nearly all of Palissy's wearing apparel, which probably was scarcely worth carrying away. He now felt obliged to build an improved furnace, tearing down the old one to recover the bricks, nearly turned to stone by the intense heat. His hands were fearfully bruised and cut in the work. He begged and borrowed more money, and once more started his furnace, with the boast that this time he would draw 300 or 400 francs from it. When the ware was drawn out, the creditors came, eager for their share, but alas, there was no share for them. The mortar had been full of flints, which adhered to the vessels, and Palissy broke the spoiled lot in pieces. The neighbors called him a fool. The wife joined in the maledictions, and who could blame her? Under all this disappointment, his spirit gave way, and he fled to his chamber, and threw himself upon the bed. 6 of his children had died from want during the last 10 years of struggle. What agony for the fond mother! I was so wasted in person, he quaintly wrote afterward, that there was no form nor prominence of muscle on my arms or legs. Also the said legs were throughout of one size, so that the garters with which I tied my stockings were at once, when I walked down upon my heels, with the stockings too. I was despised and mocked by all. But the long lane turned at last. He stopped for a year, and took up his old work to support his dying family, and then perfected his discovery. For 5 or 6 years there were many failures. The furnaces were too hot, or the proportions were wrong, but finally the work became very beautiful. His designs from nature were perfect, and his coloring marvelous. His fame soon spread abroad, and such nobles as Montmorency, who stood next in rank to the king, and counts and barons were his patrons. He designed tiles for the finest palaces, ideal heads of the Saviour, and dainty forms from Greek mythology. Invited by Catherine de Medicis, wife of King Henry II., Palissy removed to Paris, and was thenceforward called Bernard of the Tuileries. He was now rich and famous. What a change from that day when his half-starved wife and children fled along the streets of Saintes, their furniture broken up for furnace fires. And yet, but for this blind devotion to a single object, he would have remained a poor, unknown glass painter all his life. While in Paris, he published 2 or 3 books, which showed wide knowledge of history, mines, springs, metals, and philosophy. He founded a museum of natural history, and for 8 years gave courses of lectures attended by all the learned men of the day. When his great learning was commented upon, he replied, "I have had no other books than the sky and the earth known to all." A wonderful man indeed. All his life Palissy was a devoted Huguenot, not fearing to read his Bible and preach to the people daily from it. Once he was imprisoned at Bordeaux, and but for his genius and his necessity to the beautifying of palaces and chapels, he would have been put to death. When he was 76, under the brutal Henry III., he was shut up in the Bastille. After nearly 4 years, the curled and vain monarch visited him and said, "My good man, you've been 45 years in the service of the queen my mother, or in mine, and we have suffered you to live in your own religion amidst all the executions and the massacres. Now, however, I am so pressed by the Guise party and my people that I've been compelled, in spite of myself, to imprison these 2 poor women and you. They are to be burnt to-morrow, and you also, if you will not be converted." "Sire," answered the old man, "you have said several times that you feel pity for me, but it is I who pity you, who have said I am compelled. That is not speaking like a king. These girls and I, who have part in the kingdom of heaven, we will teach you to talk royally. The Guisarts, all your people, and yourself cannot compel a potter to bow down to images of clay." The 2 girls were burnt a few months afterward. The next year, 1589, Henry III. was stabbed by a monk who knelt before his throne, and the same year Palissy died in the Bastille at the age of 80. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Bertel Thorvaldsen. A few months ago we visited a plain old house in Copenhagen, the boyhood home of the great Danish sculptor. Here he worked with his father, a poor wood carver, who, thinking his boy would be a more skilful workman if he learned to draw, sent him to the Free Royal Academy of Fine Arts when he was 12 years old. At the end of 4 years he took a prize, and the fact was mentioned in the newspapers. The next day one of the teachers asked, Thorwaldsen, is it your brother who has carried off the prize?" Bertel's cheeks coloured with pride as he said, "No, sir, it is I." The teacher changed his tone and replied, "Mr. Thorwaldsen, you will go up immediately to the first rank." Years afterward, when he had become famous, he said no praise was ever so sweet as being called Mr. when he was poor and unknown. 2 years later he won another prize, but he was now obliged to stay at home half the time to help support the large family. Obtaining a small gold medal from the Academy, although so modest that, after the examination, he escaped from the midst of the candidates by a private staircase, he determined to try for the large gold medal. If he could obtain this, he would receive $120 a year for 3 years, and study art in Italy. He at once began to give drawing lessons, taught modelling to wealthy boys, and helped illustrate books, working from early morning till late at night. He was rarely seen to smile, so hard was the struggle for daily bread. But he tried for the medal and won. What visions of fame must have come before him now, as he said good bye to his poor parents, whom, alas, he was never to see again, and taking his little dog Hector, started for far away Italy. When he arrived, he was so ill and homesick that several times he decided to give up art and go back. He copied diligently the works of the old masters, and tried in vain to earn a little money. He sent some small works of his own to Copenhagen, but nobody bought them. He made Jason with the Golden Fleece, and, when no one ordered it, the discouraged artist broke it in pieces. The next year he modelled another Jason, a lady furnishing the means, and while everybody praised it and Canova said, "This young Dane has produced a work in a new and grand style," it did not occur to any one to buy the statue in marble. An artist could not live on praise alone. Anxious days came and went, and he was destitute and wretched. He must leave Rome and go back to the wood carving in Copenhagen, for no one wanted beautiful things unless the maker was famous. He deferred going from week to week, till at last his humble furniture had been sold and his trunks waited at the door. As he was leaving the house, his travelling companions said to him, "We must wait till tomorrow from a mistake in our passports." A few hours later Mr. Thomas Hope, an English banker, entered his studio, and, struck with the grandeur of his model of Jason, asked the cost in marble. 600 sequins, or $1,200, he answered, not daring to hope for such good fortune. "That is not enough; you should ask 8," said the generous man, who at once ordered it. And this was the turning point in Bertel's life. How often a rich man might help a struggling artist, and save a genius to the world, as did this banker. Young Thorwaldsen now made the acquaintance of the Danish ambassador to Naples, who introduced him to the family of Baron Wilhelm von Humboldt, where the most famous people in Rome gathered. Soon a leading countess commissioned him to cut 4 marble statues, Bacchus, Ganymede, Apollo, and Venus. 2 years later he was made professor in the Royal Academy of Florence. The Academy of Copenhagen now sent him $500 as an expression of their pride in him. How much more he needed it when he was near starving all those 9 years in Rome! The bashful student had become the genial companion and interesting talker. Louis of Bavaria, who made Munich one of the art centres of the world, was his admirer and friend. The Danish king urged him to return to Copenhagen, but as the Quirinal was to be decorated with great magnificence, Rome could not spare him. For this he made in 3 months his famous Entry of Alexander into Babylon, and soon after his exquisite bas reliefs, Night and Morning, the former a goddess carrying in her arms two children, Sleep and Death, the latter a goddess flying through the air, scattering flowers with both hands. In 1816, when he was 46, he finished his Venus, after having made 30 models of the figure. He threw away the first attempt, and devoted 3 years to the completion of the second. 3 statues were made, one of which is at Chatsworth, the elegant home of the Duke of Devonshire, and one was lost at sea. A year later he carved his exquisite Byron, now at Trinity College, Cambridge. He was now made a member of 3 other famous academies. Having been absent from Denmark 23 years, the king urged his return for a visit at least. The royal palace of Charlottenburg was prepared for his reception. The students of the academy escorted him with bands of music, cannon were fired, poems read, cantatas sung, and the king created him Councillor of State. Was the woodcarver's son proud of all these honours? No. The first person he met at the palace was the old man who had served as a model for the boys when Thorwaldsen was at school. So overcome he was as he recalled those days of toil and poverty, that he fell upon the old man's neck and embraced him heartily. After some of the grandest work of his life in the Frue Kirke, Christ and the 12 Apostles and others, he returned to Rome, visiting on the way Alexander of Russia, who, after Thorwaldsen had made his bust, presented the artist with a diamond ring. Although a Protestant, accounted now the greatest living sculptor, he was made president of the Academy of St. Luke, a position held by Canova when he was alive, and was commissioned to build the monument of Pius VII in St. Peter's. Mendelssohn, the great composer, had become his warm friend, and used to play for him as he worked in his studio. Sir Walter Scott came to visit the artist, and as the latter could speak scarcely a word of English, the two shook hands heartily, and clapped each other on the shoulder as they parted. When Thorwaldsen was 68 years old, he left Rome to end his days among his own people. The enthusiasm on his arrival was unbounded. The whole city waited nearly 3 days for his coming. Boats decked with flowers went out to meet him, and so many crowded on board his vessel that it was feared she would sink. The members of the Academy came in a body, and the crowd took the horses from the carriage, and drew it themselves through the streets to the palace of Charlottenburg. In the evening there was a grand torchlight procession, followed by a constant round of parties. So beset was he with invitations to dinner, that, to save a little time for himself, he told his servant Wilkins that he would dine with him and his wife. Wilkins, greatly confused, replied, "What would the world think if it found out that the chancellor dined with his servant?" The world, the world! Have I not told you 1,000 times that I don't care in the least what the world thinks about these things? Sometimes he refused even to dine with the king. Finding at last that society would give him no rest, he went to live with some friends at Nyso, 7 hours by boat from Copenhagen. Once more he visited Rome, for a year, receiving royal attentions all through Germany. 2 years after, as he was sitting in the theatre, he rose to let a lady pass. She saw him bending toward the floor, and asked, "Have you dropped something?" The great man made no answer. He was dead. The funeral was a grand expression of love and honor. His body lay in state in the royal palace, laurel about his brow, the coffin ornamented with floral crowns, one made by the Queen of Denmark. his chisel laid in the midst of laurel and palm, and his great works of art placed about him. Houses were draped in black, bells tolled in all the churches, women threw flowers from their windows before the 40 artists who carried the coffin, and the king and prince royal received it in person at the Frue Kirke. Then it was borne to the large museum which Copenhagen had built to receive his work, and buried in the centre of the inner court, which had been prepared under his own hand. A low granite coping surrounds the grave, which is entirely covered with ivy, and on the side is his boyish name, Bertel Bartholomew Thorwaldsen. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. The quaint old city of Salzburg, Austria, built into the mountainside, is a mecca for all who love music and admire the immortal Mozart. When he was alive, his native city allowed him nearly to starve. When he was dead, she built him a beautiful monument and preserved his home, a plain 2-story stuccoed building, for thousands of travelers to look upon sadly and tenderly. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart was born January 27th, 1756. A delicate, sensitive child, who would ask a dozen times a day whether his friends loved him, and, if answered in the negative, would burst into tears. At 3 he began to show his passion for music. He would listen intensely as his father taught his sister Nannal, 7 years old, would move his playthings from one room to another to the sound of the violin, and at 4 composed pieces which astonished his sire. 2 years later the proud father took Wolfgang and his sister on a concert tour to Vienna. So well did the boy play that the Empress Maria Theresa held him in her arms and kissed him heartily. One day, as he was walking between 2 of her daughters, he slipped on the polished floor and fell. Marie Antoinette, afterward Empress of France, raised him up, whereupon he said, "You are very kind, I will marry you." The father was alarmed at his seeming audacity, but the lovely princess playfully kissed him. The next year he was taken to Paris, and here 2 sets of sonatas, the works of a boy of 7, were brought out, dedicated to Marie Antoinette. The children sat at the royal table, poems were written about them, and everywhere they excited wonder and admiration. Yet so excessively modest was young Mozart that he cried when praised too much. In London Bach took the boy between his knees, and alternately they played his own great works and those of Handel at sight. Royalty gave them gold snuff boxes enough to set up a shop, wrote home the father, but in money I am poor. Wolfgang was now taken ill of inflammatory fever, but he could not give up his music. A board was laid across the bed, and on this he wrote out his thoughts in the notes. Finally, with ardor dampened at their lack of pecuniary success, Leopold Mozart took his dear ones back to quiet Salzburg. Here the old archbishop, discrediting the reports of the boy's genius, shut him up alone for a week to compose an oratorio, the text furnished by himself. Mozart, only 10 years old, stood the test brilliantly. The next year a second tour was taken to Vienna to be present at the marriage of the Archduchess Maria Josepha. The bride died from smallpox shortly after their arrival, and poor Wolfgang took the disease and was blind for 9 days. When he recovered, the musicians, moved by envy and jealousy, would not be outdone by a boy of 12, who was equally at home in German or Italian opera, and determined to hiss off the stage whatever he might compose. Sad at heart and disappointed, again the Mozarts went back to their old home. 2 years later, after much self-sacrifice, the father took his boy to Italy for study. The first day in Passion Week they went to the Sistine Chapel to hear the famous Miserere of Alighieri, which was considered so sacred that the musicians were forbidden to take home any part of it or copy it out of the chapel, on pain of excommunication. Wolfgang, as soon as he reached his lodgings, wrote it out from memory, which remarkable feat for a boy of 14 astonished all Rome. So wonderfully did he play that the audience at Naples declared there was witchcraft in the ring which he wore on his left hand, and he was obliged to remove it. At Milan, when he was nearly 15, he composed the opera Mithridate, conducting it himself, which was given 20 nights in succession to enthusiastic audiences. After this came requests for operas from Maria Theresa, Munich, and elsewhere. He was busy every moment. Overworked, he was often ill, but the need for money to meet heavy expenses made constant work a necessity. All this time he wrote beautiful letters to his mother and sister. "Kiss mamma's hand for me 1,000,000,000,000 times," is the language of his loving heart. He could scarcely be said to have had any childhood, but he kept his tenderness and affection to the last of his life. After their return to Salzburg, finding the new archbishop even less cordial than the old, the former had allowed Wolfgang the munificent salary of $5 in the fourth yearly. It was deemed wise to try to find a new field of employment. The father, now 60 years of age, must earn a pittance for the family by giving music lessons, while the mother accompanied the son to Paris. The separation was a hard one for the devoted father, who could not say good-bye to his idolized son, and poor Nannerl wept the whole day long. Mozart, now 21 and famous, well repaid this affection by his pure character. He wrote, "I have God always before me. Whatever is according to His will is also according to mine. Therefore I cannot fail to be happy and contented." Stopping for a time at Mannheim, he attempted to gain the position of tutor to the elector's children, but was disappointed. Here he fell in love with Aloysia Weber, a pretty girl of 15, whose father, a prompter at the National Theatre, earned only $200 yearly for the support of his wife and 6 children. The girl had a fine voice, and Mozart, blinded by love, asked no higher joy than to write operas in which she might be the star. The good old father, who had spent all his life in helping his son win fame, was nearly heartbroken when he learned of this foolish affection, and wrote him tenderly but firmly, "Off with you to Paris. Get the great folks on your side. Au César, au nihil." From Paris the name and fame of a man of great talent goes through the whole world. The young man, carrying out his childish motto, "God first and then Papa," reluctantly started for Paris. Here he did not meet with great success, for scores of applicants waited for every position. His loving mother soon died, perhaps from over economy in her cold, dark lodgings, and the young musician took his lonely way back to Salzburg, begging his father's consent to his stopping at Mannheim to see the Webers. Finding that Aloysia had gone upon the stage at Munich, he hastened to see her. She had been offered a good salary. Meantime Mozart had won no laurels at Paris. He was small in stature and poor, and the girl who wept at his departure a few months previously professed now scarcely to have seen his face before. The young lover, cut to the heart yet proud, seated himself at the piano and played, "I leave the girl gladly who cares not for me," and then hastened away to Salzburg. Aloysia married a comedian, and lived a most unhappy life, gaining some fame from singing the music which Mozart wrote for her. He remained at home for a year and a half, till called to Munich to write the opera Idomeneo, and later to Vienna. Here, unfortunately, he met the Webers again, and their father having died, he boarded in the house and gave lessons to Constance, the younger sister of Aloysia. She was a plain, good-hearted girl, without much energy, but with a great appreciation of her gifted teacher. The result came naturally. He fell in love with the penniless girl, and despite the distress of his aged father at his choice, married her when he was 26 and she 18. Henceforward there was no hope of anything save the direst poverty. To marry without love is a grave mistake. To marry simply for love is sometimes a mistake equally grave. He could of course do nothing now for his aged father or sister. Unsteady employment, a rapidly increasing family, and a wife ill most of the time made the struggle for existence 10 times harder than before his marriage. Once when he had prepared to visit his father for the first time after the wedding, and waited for months for the necessary funds, he was arrested for a debt of $15, just as he was stepping into the carriage. The Emperor Joseph said to him one day, "Why did you not marry a rich wife?" With dignity Mozart once replied, "Sire, I trust that my genius will always enable me to support the woman I love, but unfortunately it did not." He wrote after his marriage, "The moment we were made one, my wife as well as myself began to weep, which touched every one, even the priest, and they all cried when they witnessed how our hearts were moved." How little they dreamed that they should weep more seriously when hunger stared their 6 children in the face. From the time of his marriage till his death 9 years, says Reverend Mr. Haweis. His life can be compared to nothing but a torch burning out rapidly in the wind. It was a period of incessant, astonishing labor. He dedicated 6 quartets to his dear friend Joseph Haydn, who said, Mozart is the greatest composer who has ever lived. Wrote Figaro when he was 29, which had the greatest popularity, Don Giovanni at 31, and the Flauto Magico gratis for the benefit of the theatre director who was in want. The two later creations were hailed with delight. Goethe wrote to Schiller later of Don Giovanni, "That piece stands entirely alone, and Mozart's death has rendered all hope of anything like it idle." Whenever he appeared at the theatre, he was called upon the stage from all parts of the house, yet all this time he could not earn enough to live. He received only $100 from his Don Giovanni, and less for the others. He gave lessons every hour he could spare, concerts in the open air, borrowed from his friends, scrimped himself to send money to his sick wife at Baden, pawned his silver plate to make one more unsuccessful journey to win the aid of indifferent princes, and fainted often at his tasks after midnight. Still he wrote to the best and dearest wife of my heart, "If I only had a letter from you, all would be right," and promised her to work harder than ever to earn money. When Constance was at home with him, if he left her in the morning before she awakened, he would leave her a note with the words, "Good morning, my darling wife. I shall be home at o'clock precisely." Once, when she had been ill for 8 months, and Mozart was composing beside her as she slept, suddenly a noisy messenger entered. Alarmed lest his wife should be disturbed, he rose hastily, when the penknife in his hand fell and buried itself in his foot. Without a word escaping his lips, he left the room. A surgeon was called, and though lame for some time, the wife was not told of the accident. His compositions found few purchasers, for the people generally could not comprehend them. Publishers' shops were closed to him, unless he would write in popular style. "Then I can make no more by my pen," he said bitterly, "and I had better starve and go to destruction at once." So poor had his family become that, with no fuel in the house, he and his wife were found by a friend, waltzing to keep warm. About this time a sepulchral-looking man called to ask that a requiem would be written on the death of the wife of an Austrian nobleman, who was to be considered the author, and thus his intense grief be shown, though manifested through a lie. Mozart consulted with his wife, as was his custom, and, as she endorsed it, he accepted the commission for $50. Overworked, harassed by debts which he could not pay, hurt by the jealousies and intrigues of several musicians, disappointed at the reception of his new opera at Prague, his hopeful nature forsook him, and he told Constance that the requiem would be written for himself. In the midst of this wretchedness, the sixth child was born. The poor wife forgot her own sorrows, and prevailed upon him to give up work for a time. But the active brain could not rest, and he wrote as he lay on his sick bed. On the day before he died, December 4th, 1791, at 2 o'clock, he persisted in having a portion of the requiem sung by the friends who stood about his bed, and, joining with them in the alto, burst into tears, saying, "Did I not say that I was writing the requiem for myself?" Soon after he said, "Constance, oh, that I could only hear my Flauto Magico!" and a friend playing it, he was cheered. A messenger now arrived to tell him that he was appointed organist at St. Stephen's Cathedral, a position for which he had longed for years. But it came too late. Death was unwelcome to him. "Now I must go," he said, "just as I should be able to live in peace. I must leave my family, my poor children, at the very instant in which I should have been able to provide for their welfare." Cold applications were ordered by the physician for his burning head. He became delirious for 2 hours, and died at midnight, only 35 years old. Constance was utterly prostrated, and threw herself upon his bed, hoping to die also. Mozart's body was laid beside his piano, and then, in a pouring rain, buried in a common grave, in the plainest manner possible, with nobody present except the keepers of the cemetery. Weeks after, when the wife visited the spot, she found a new grave digger, who could not tell where her beloved husband was buried, and to this day the author of 14 Italian operas, 17 symphonies, and dozens of cantatas and serenades, about 800 compositions in all, sleeps in an unknown grave. The Emperor Leopold aided her in a concert to raise $1,500 to pay her husband's debts and provide a little for herself. 18 years afterward she married the Danish councillor, Baron von Nissen, who educated her 2 sons, 4 other children having died. Salzburg waited half a century before she erected a bronze statue to her world-renowned genius in the square of St. Michael, and 70 years after his death, Vienna built him a monument in the cemetery of St. Mark. History scarcely furnishes a more pathetic life. He filled the world with music, yet died in want and sorrow. End of chapter 8. Recording by Ellie, April 2012.
Chapter 9 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Chapter 9. Samuel Johnson. Dr. Samuel Johnson. In a quaint old house in Lichfield, England, now used as a draper's shop, Samuel Johnson, son of a poor bookseller and bookbinder, was born. Here, as in Westminster Abbey, a statue is erected to his memory. Near by is the schoolhouse where Addison and Garrick studied. When Samuel was 2½ years old, diseased with scrofula, his good mother, with $10 sewed in her skirt so that nobody could steal it, took him to London that, with 200 others, he might be touched by Queen Anne, and thus, as superstitious people believed, be healed. On this journey she bought him a silver cup and spoon. The latter he kept till his dying day, and parted with the cup only in the dire poverty of later years. The touch of the Queen did no good, for he became blind in one eye. With the other he could not see a friend half a yard off, and his face was sadly disfigured. Being prevented thus from sharing the sports of other boys, much time was spent in reading. He was first taught at a little school kept by Widow Oliver, who years after, when he was starting for Oxford, brought him a present of gingerbread, telling him he was the best scholar she ever had. After a time he studied Latin under a master who whipped it into him. The foolish teacher would ask the boy the Latin word for candlestick, or some unexpected thing, and then whip him, saying, "This I do to save you from the gallows." Naturally indolent, Samuel had to struggle against this tendency. He had, however, the greatest ambition to excel, and to this he attributed his later success. He was also inquisitive, and had a wonderful memory. When he wore short dresses, his mother gave him the prayer book one day, and, pointing to the collect, said, "You must get this by heart." She went upstairs, but no sooner had she reached the second floor than she heard him following. He could repeat it perfectly, having looked it over but twice. He left school at 16, spending 2 years at home in helping his parents, and studying earnestly. One day, his father, being ill, asked him to go to a neighbouring town and take his place in selling books at a stall on market day. He was proud, and did not go. 50 years afterward, in his greatness, then an old man, he went to this stall, and, with uncovered head, remained for an hour in the rain where his father had formerly stood, exposed to the sneers of the bystanders and the inclemency of the weather. It showed the repentance of a noble soul for disobedience to a parent. At 19 he entered Pembroke College, Oxford, where he acted as servant. He used to go daily to his friend Taylor, and get lectures second hand, till his feet, showing through his worn-out shoes, were perceived by the students, and he ceased going. A rich young man secretly put a pair of new shoes at his door, which he indignantly threw out of the window. He was willing to work and earn, but would not receive charity. At the end of 3 years he became so poor that he was obliged to leave college, his father dying soon after. After various experiences he sought the position of usher at a school, but was refused because it was thought that the boys would make fun of his ugliness. He finally obtained such a place, was treated with great harshness, and left in a few months. Strange to say, the poor, lonely scholar, only 26, now fell in love with a widow 48 years old. After obtaining his mother's consent, he married her, and the union proved a most happy one. With the little money his wife possessed, he started a school and advertised for pupils, but only 3 came, and the school soon closed. In despair he determined to try London, and see if an author could there earn his bread. In that great city he lived for some time on 9 cents a day. One publisher to whom he applied suggested to him that the wisest course would be to become a porter and carry trunks. A poem written at this time, entitled London, for which he received $50, one line of which was in capital letters. "Slow rises worth by poverty depressed," attracted attention, and Pope, who was then at the height of his fame, asked Dublin University to give to the able scholar the degree of M.A., that he might thus be able to take the principalship of a school and earn $300 a year, but this was refused. Out of such struggles come heroic souls. When he was 40 he published the Vanity of Human Wishes, receiving $75, asserted by many to be the most impressive thing of its kind in the language. The lines "There mark what ills the scholar's life assail, Toil, envy, want, the patron, and the jail," show his struggles. A drama soon after, played by the great actor David Garrick, brought him nearly $1,000, but the play itself was a failure. When asked by his friends how he felt about his ill success, he replied, "Like the monument," meaning that he continued firm and unmoved like a column of granite. Fame was coming at last, after he had struggled in London for 13 years, and what bitterness they had brought. For 2 years he worked almost constantly on a paper called The Rambler. When his wife said that, well as she had thought of him before, she had never considered him equal to this, he was more pleased than with any praise he ever received. She died 3 days after the last copy was published, and Johnson was utterly prostrated. He buried himself in hard work in his garret, a most inconvenient room, but he said, "In that room I never saw Mrs. Johnson." Her wedding ring was placed in a little box, and tenderly kept till his death. 3 years afterward his great work, his Dictionary, appeared, for which he received $8,000, but as he had been obliged to employ 6 assistants for 7 years, he was still poor, but now famous. The universities of Oxford and Dublin, when he no longer needed their assistance, hastened to bestow their degrees upon him. Even George III invited him to the royal palace, a strange contrast to a few years before, when Samuel Johnson was under arrest for a debt of $30. When asked by Reynolds how he had obtained his accuracy and flow of language in conversation, he replied, "By trying to do my best on every occasion, and in every company." About this time his aged mother died, and in the evenings of one week, to defray her funeral expenses, he wrote Rasselas, and received $500 for it. He wrote in his last letter to her, "You have been the best mother, and I believe the best woman in the world. I thank you for your indulgence to me, and beg forgiveness of all that I have done ill, and of all that I have omitted to do well." His last great work was The Lives of the Poets. He received now a pension of $1,500 a year for his valuable services to literature, but never used more than $400 for himself. He took care of a blind woman, of whom he said, "She was a friend to my poor wife, and was in the house when she died. She has remained in it ever since." Of a mother and daughter dependent upon an old family physician, and of 2 men whom nobody else would care for. Once, when he found a poor woman on the street late at night, he took her home, and kept her till she was restored to health. His pockets were always filled with pennies for street Arabs, and if he found poor children asleep on a threshold, he would slip money into their hands that, when they awakened, they might buy breakfast. When a servant was dying who had been in the family for 43 years, he prayed with her, and kissed her, the tears falling down his cheeks. He wrote in his diary, "We kissed and parted. I humbly hope to meet again, and part no more." He held rightly that Christianity levels all distinctions of rank. He was very tender to animals. Once, when in Wales, a gardener brought into the house a hare which had been caught in the potatoes, and was told to give it to the cook. Dr. Johnson asked to have it placed in his arms, then, taking it to the window, he let it go, shouting to it to run as fast as possible. He would buy oysters for his cat, Hodge, that the servants, from seeing his fondness for it, might be led to treat it kindly. He died at the age of 75, such men as Burke and Reynolds standing by his bedside. Of the latter he begged that he would "read his Bible and never paint on Sundays." His last words were to a young lady who had asked his blessing, "God bless you, my dear." He was buried with appropriate honours in Westminster Abbey, and monuments are erected to him in St. Paul's Cathedral and at Lichfield. The poor boy, nearly blind, became the brightest ornament of the 18th century. End of chapter 9. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on Sunday, April 1st, 2012, in San Diego, California.
Chapter 10 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Oliver Goldsmith. On a low slab in a quiet spot, just north of the Church of Knight Templars, in London, are the simple words, "Here lies Oliver Goldsmith." The author of The Vicar of Wakefield needs no grander monument, for he lives in the hearts of the people. Oliver Goldsmith was born in Pallas, Ireland, in 1728, the son of a poor minister who, by means of tilling some fields, and assisting in a parish outside his own, earned $200 a year for his wife and 7 children. When about 6 years old, Oliver nearly died of smallpox, and his pitted face made him an object of jest among the boys. At 8 he showed great fondness for books, and began to write verses. His mother pleaded for a college education for him, but there seemed little prospect of it. One day, when a few were dancing at his uncle's house, the little boy sprang upon the floor and began to dance. The fiddler, to make fun of his short figure and homely face, exclaimed, "Æsop!" The boy, stung to the quick, replied, "Heralds, proclaim aloud, all saying, see Æsop dancing, and his monkey playing," when of course the fiddler became much chagrined. All his school life Oliver was painfully diffident, but a good scholar. His father finally earned a better salary, and the way seemed open for college, when, lo, his sister, who had the opportunity of marrying a rich man, was obliged, so thought the public opinion of the day, to have a marriage portion of $2,000, and poor Oliver's educational hopes were blasted. He must now enter Trinity College, Dublin, as a sizar servant, wear a coarse black gown without sleeves, a red cap, the badge of servitude, sweep the courts, carry dishes, and be treated with contempt, which nearly crushed his sensitive nature. A year and a half later his father died, and his scanty means ceased from that source. To keep from starving, he wrote ballads, selling them to street musicians at $1.25 apiece, and stole out at night to hear them sung. Often he shared this pittance with someone more wretched than himself. One cold night he gave his blankets to a person with 5 children, and crawled into the ticking of his bed for warmth. When a kind friend, who often brought him food, came in the morning, he was obliged to break in the door, as Goldsmith could not extricate himself from his bed. Obtaining a small scholarship, he gave a little party in his room in honor of the event. A savage tutor appeared in the midst of the festivities and knocked him down. So incensed was Goldsmith that he ran away from college, and with 25 cents in his pocket started for Cork. For 3 days he lived on 8 cents a day, and, by degrees, parted with nearly all his clothes for food. Though wholly unfitted for the ministry, Goldsmith was urged by his relatives to enter the church, because he would then have a living. too young to be accepted, he remained at home for 2 years, assisting his brother Henry in the village school, and then, offering himself as a candidate, was refused. It was said, because he appeared before the Right Reverend in scarlet trousers. After being a tutor for a year, his uncle gave him $250 that he might go to Dublin and study law. On arriving, he met an old friend, lost all his money in playing cards with him, and, ashamed and penniless, returned and begged the forgiveness of his relative. A little more money was given him, and with this he studied medicine in Edinburgh for over a year, earning later some money by teaching. Afterward he travelled in Italy and France, begging his way by singing or playing on his flute at the doors of the peasants, returning to England at 28 years of age without a cent in his pocket. Living among the beggars in Axe Lane, he asked to spread plasters or pound in the mortars of the apothecaries, till, finally, a chemist hired him out of pity. Through the aid of a fellow student, he finally opened a doctor's office, but few came to a stranger, and these usually so poor as to be unable to pay. Attending one day upon a workman, he held his hat close to his breast so as to cover a big patch in his second-hand clothes, while he felt the patient's pulse. Half guessing the young doctor's poverty, the sick man told him about his master, the author of the famous old novel, Clarissa Harlowe, and how he had befriended writers. Goldsmith at once applied for work, and became press corrector in Salisbury Court, Fleet Street. Later he was employed as a reviewer on a magazine. Being obliged to submit all his reviews to an illiterate bookseller and his wife, the engagement soon came to an end. He lived now in a garret, was dunned even for his milk bill, wrote a book for a college friend under whose name it was published, and began a work of his own, Polite Learning in Europe, writing to a wealthy relative for aid to publish, which letter was never answered, though it was greatly regretted after Goldsmith became famous. With no hope in London, he was promised a position in the East Indies. Life began to look bright, though his Fleet Street garret, with one chair, was surrounded by swarms of children and dirt. The promise was not kept, and he applied for the position of hospital maid. His clothes being too poor for him to be seen on the streets, he pledged the money to be received for 4 articles, bought a new suit, went up to the Court of Examiners, and was rejected. Had any of these positions been obtained, the world, doubtless, would never have known the genius of Oliver Goldsmith. He went back to his garret to write, pawned his clothes to pay the landlady, who was herself to be turned out of the wretched lodgings, sold his Life of Voltaire for $20, and published his Polite Learning in Europe anonymously. The critics attacked it, and Goldsmith's day of fame had dawned at last. The Citizen of the World, a good-natured satire on society, next appeared, and was a success. Dr. Johnson became his friend, and made him a member of his club with Reynolds, Burke, and other noted men. The Traveller was next published, with an immense sale. Goldsmith now moved into the buildings which bear his name, near Temple Church, and for once had flowers and green grass to look out upon. He was still poor, doubtless spending what money he received with little wisdom. His landlady arrested him for room rent, upon hearing which Dr. Johnson came at once to see him, gave him money, took from his desk the manuscript of The Vicar of Wakefield, and sold it to a publisher for $300. This was the fruit of much labor, and the world received it cordially. Some of his essays were now reprinted 16 times. What a change from the Fleet Street garret! The Deserted Village was published 5 years later, Goldsmith having spent 2 whole years in reviewing it after it was written. So careful was he that every word should be the best that could be chosen. This was translated at once into German by Goethe, who was also a great admirer of the Vicar of Wakefield. He also wrote an English history, a Roman, a Grecian, several dramas, of which She Stoops to Conquer was the most popular, and 8 volumes of The History of the Earth and Animated Nature, for which he received $500 a volume, leaving this unfinished. Still in debt, overworked, laboring sometimes far into the morning hours, not leaving his desk for weeks together, even for exercise, Goldsmith died at 45, broken with the struggle of life, but with undying fame. When he was buried, one April day, 1774, Brick Court and the stairs of the building were filled with the poor and forsaken whom he had befriended. His monument is in the Poets' Corner at Westminster Abbey, the greatest honor England could offer. True, she let him nearly starve, but she crowned him at the last. He conquered the world by hard work, kindness, and a gentleness as beautiful as his genius was great. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Lucretia B.
Chapter 11 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Michael Faraday. In the heart of busy London, over a stable, lived James and Margaret Faraday, with their 4 little children. The father was a blacksmith, in feeble health, unable to work for a whole day at a time. A kind, good man to his household. The mother, like himself, was uneducated, but neat and industrious, and devoted to her family. The children learned the rudiments of reading, writing, and arithmetic at school, and then, of course, were obliged to earn their living. Michael, the 3rd child, born 1791, became, at 13 years of age, an errand boy in a bookseller's shop. His first duty was to carry newspapers in the morning to customers, who read them for an hour or two for a trifle, a penny probably, and then gave them to the newsboy to be reloaned. Often on Sunday morning the patrons would say, "You must call again," forgetting that the next place might be a mile away, and that the young boy was quite as desirous as they to go to church with his parents. Years after this, when he had become famous the world over, he said, "I always feel a tenderness for those boys, because I once carried newspapers myself." The following year, 1805, he was apprenticed to a bookseller for 7 years to learn the trading of binding and selling books. Here was hard work before him till he was 21, not a cheerful prospect for one who loved play as well as other boys. Whenever he had a spare moment, he was looking inside the books he was binding. Mrs. Marcy's conversations on chemistry delighted him, and when he was given the Encyclopedia Britannica to bind, the article on electricity seemed a treasure house of wonders. He soon made an electrical machine, not an expensive one, simply a glass vial and other apparatus of a similar kind, and afterwards with a real cylinder. These cost only a few pence a week, but they gave a vast amount of pleasure to the blacksmith's son. One day he saw in a shop window a notice that a Mr. Tatum was to give at his own house some lectures on natural philosophy. The charge for each was 25 cents. No bookseller's apprentice would have such an amount of money to spend weekly as that. However, his brother Robert, 3 years older, himself a blacksmith, with some pride, perhaps, that Michael was interested in such weighty matters, furnished the money, and a lodger at the home of the bookseller taught him drawing, so that he might be able in taking notes to illustrate the experiments. He attended the lectures, wrote them out carefully in a clear hand, bound them in 4 volumes, and dedicated them to his employer. A customer at the shop had become interested in a boy who cared so much for science, and took him to hear 4 lectures given by Sir Humphrey Davy at the Royal Institution. This was an unexpected pleasure. He was beginning to sigh for something beyond bookbinding. "Oh, if I could only help in some scientific work, no matter how humble," he thought to himself. He says in his journal, "In my ignorance of the world and simplicity of my mind, I wrote to Sir Joseph Banks, President of the Royal Society. No answer was ever returned to the request for a situation. Could the President have realized that some day 10,000 people would know the name of Michael Faraday, where one knew the name of Sir Joseph Banks? Probably he would have answered the boy's letter. Blessings on the great man or woman who takes time, however briefly, to answer every letter received. Such a man was Garfield, and such is Whittier. A civil question demands a civil answer, whether the person addressed be king or peasant. About the time his apprenticeship ended in 1812, he summoned courage to write directly to the great Sir Humphrey Davy, sending the full notes he had made at that gentleman's lectures. Sir Humphrey, possibly remembering that he too had been a poor boy, the son of a widowed milliner, wrote a polite note, saying that science was a harsh mistress, and in a pecuniary point of view, but poorly rewarding those who devoted themselves to her service; that he was going out of town, but would see if he could some time aid him. Meantime, Michael was making crude galvanic experiments. He bought some malleable zinc, cut out 7 plates, each the size of a halfpenny, covered these with the copper halfpennies, placing between them 6 pieces of paper soaked in a solution of muriate of soda, and with this simple battery decomposed sulphate of magnesia. So pleased was he that he wrote a letter to one of his boy friends, telling of the experiment and adding, "Time is all I require. Oh, that I could purchase at a cheaper rate some of our modern gents' spare hours, nay days. I think it would be a good bargain, both for them and for me." The youth had learned the first secret of success, not to waste time, not to throw it away on useless persons or useless subjects. He had learned another secret, that of choosing right companions. To this same young friend, Abbott, he wrote, "A companion cannot be a good one unless he is morally so. I have met a good companion in the lowest path of life, and have found such as I despised in a rank far superior to mine. I keep regular hours, and enter not intentionally into pleasures productive of evil." London's highest circles possessed no purer spirit than this young mechanic. Faraday now began work at his trade of bookbinding for a Frenchman in London, who, having no children, promised him the business if he would remain with him always. But the employer's temper was so hasty that the position became almost unbearable. The young man was growing depressed in spirits, when one night, just as he was preparing for bed, a loud knock on the door startled him. On looking out of the window, he espied a grand carriage, with a footman in livery, who left a note. This was a request from Sir Humphrey Davy to see him in the morning. Was there, then, the possibility of a place in the Royal Institution? Between conflicting hopes and fears, he went to sleep, and in the morning hastened to see the great chemist. The result was an engagement at $6 a week, with 2 rooms at the top of the house. He was to clean the instruments, move them to and from the lecture room, and in all ways to make himself useful. Now he could say good-bye to bookbinding, and though $6 a week was not a munificent sum, yet he could actually handle beautiful instruments, not copper halfpence and bits of zinc, and could listen to stimulating lectures. And now work began in earnest. He joined the City Philosophical Society, an association of 30 or 40 persons in moderate circumstances, who met each Wednesday evening, one of the number giving a lecture. Then a half-dozen friends came together once a week to read, criticize, and correct each other in pronunciation and conversation. How eagerly would such a young man have attended college! There was no opportunity to hear polished talk in elegant drawing rooms, no chance to improve manners in so-called best society. He did what is in the power of everybody. He educated himself. Did he not need recreation after the hard day's work? Every person has to make his choice. Amusements do not make scholars. Pleasure and knowledge do not go hand in hand. Faraday chose the topmost story of the Royal Institution, and books for companions and immortal fame was the result. The experiments with Davy soon became absorbing and often dangerous. Now they extracted sugar from beetroot, now they treated chloride of nitrogen, wearing masks of glass upon their faces, which, notwithstanding, were sometimes badly cut by the explosions. 7 months after this, Sir Humphrey decided to travel upon the continent, and asked Faraday to be his amanuensis. This was a rare opportunity for the young assistant. For a year and a half they visited France, Switzerland, Italy, and Germany, climbing Vesuvius, enjoying art galleries, and meeting the learned and famous of the age. The journey had its disagreeable side, for Faraday was made more or less a servant by Davy and his sometimes inconsiderate wife. But it had great and lasting advantages for one who had never been but 12 miles from London. His heart turned longingly back to the poor ones he had left behind. He wrote to his mother, "The first and last thing in my mind is England, home, and friends. When sick, when cold, when tired, the thoughts of those at home are a warm and refreshing balm to my heart. These are the first and greatest sweetness in the life of man. I am almost contented except with my ignorance, which becomes more visible to me every day. And again, I have several times been more than half decided to return hastily home. I am only restrained by the wish of improvement." To his sister he wrote, "Give my love with a kiss to mother, the first thing you do on reading this letter, and tell her how much I think of her." To Abbott he wrote something intended for his eyes only, but headed, "I do not wish that my mother should remain ignorant of it. I have no secrets from her." His heart bounded with joy at the prospect of meeting them again, and enjoying the pleasure of their conversation, from which he had been excluded. No absorption in science could make him outgrow his parents and his humble home. On his return to England, his salary was increased to $500 yearly, and he was promoted to laboratory assistant. He was now 24. He had noted carefully Davy's researches in iodine and chlorine, had seen him develop his safety lamp, which has proved an untold blessing to miners, had made many experiments from his own thinking, and now he too was to give his first course of 6 lectures before his friends in the City Philosophical Society on chemical affinity and kindred topics. He wrote them out with great care, for whatever he did was well done. This year he published his first paper in the Quarterly Journal of Science on caustic lime. Encouraged by the approving words of Sir Humphrey, the following year he wrote 6 papers for the Quarterly, giving his experiments with gases and minerals, and gave another course of lectures before the Philosophical Society. To improve himself in delivering these, he attended lectures on oratory, taking copious notes. 7 years had now gone by in his apprenticeship to science. He had published 37 papers in the Quarterly, had a book ready for the press on the alloys of steel, and had read a paper before the Royal Society itself on 2 new compounds of chlorine and carbon, and a new compound of iodine, carbon, and hydrogen. But the young and now brilliant student had other weighty matters in hand. 5 years before this he had written in his diary, "What is it that comes in false, deceitful guise, making dull fools of those that fore were wise? This love, what's that the wise men always strive to shun, though still it ever over the world has run? This love." But now, whether he tried to shun it or no, he became thoroughly in love with Sarah Bernard, an intelligent and sweet-tempered girl, the daughter of a silversmith. Distracted by fears lest he might not win her, he wrote her, "In whatever way I can best minister to your happiness, either by assiduity or by absence, it shall be done. Do not injure me by withdrawing your friendship, or punish me for aiming to be more than a friend by making me less." The girl showed this to her father, who replied that love made philosophers say very foolish things. She hesitated about accepting him, and went away to the seaside to consider it. But the ardent lover followed, determined to learn the worst if need be. They walked on the cliffs overhanging the ocean, and Faraday wrote in his journal as the day drew near its close: "My thoughts saddened and fell from the fear I should never enjoy such happiness again. I could not master my feelings, or prevent them from sinking, and I actually at last shamed myself by moist eyes." He blamed himself because he did not know the best means to secure the heart he wished to gain. He knew how to fathom the depths of chemical combinations, but he could not fathom the depths of Sarah Bernard's heart. At last the hour of her decision came, and both were made supremely happy by it. A week later he wrote her: "Every moment offers me fresh proof of the power you have over me. I could not at one time have thought it possible that any man could have been under the dominion of feelings so undivided and so intense. Now I think that no other man can have felt or feel as I do." A year later they were married very quietly, he desiring their wedding day to be just like any other day. 28 years later he wrote among the important dates and discoveries of his life: June 12, 1821, he married, an event which, more than any other, contributed to his earthly happiness and healthful state of mind. The union has nowise changed, except in the depth and strength of its character. For 47 years his dear Sarah made life a joy to him. He rarely left home, but if so, as at the great gathering of British scientists at Birmingham, he wrote back: "After all, there is no pleasure like the tranquil pleasure of home. And here, even here, the moment I leave the table, I wish I were with you in quiet. Oh, what happiness is ours! My runs into the world in this way only serve to make me esteem that happiness the more." And now came 20 years in science that made Faraday the wonder and ornament of his age. Elected an F.R.S., he began at once 12 lectures in chemical manipulation before the London Institution, 6 on chemical philosophy before the Royal Society, published 6 papers on electromagnetism, and began a course of juvenile lectures which continued for 19 years. This was one of the beautiful things of Faraday's life. A great man living in a world of work, yet taking time to make science plain to the young. When asked at what age he would teach science, he replied that he never found a child too young to understand him. For 20 years he lectured at the Royal Academy at Woolwich, became scientific adviser to the government with regard to lighthouses and buoys, not for gain, but for the public good, drew all London to his eloquent lectures with his brilliant experiments, Prince Albert attending with his sons, and published 158 scientific essays and 30 series of experimental researches in electricity, which latter, says Dr. Gladstone, form one of the most marvelous monuments of intellectual work, one of the rarest treasure houses of newly discovered knowledge with which the world has ever been enriched. He not only gathered into his vast brain what other men had learned of science, but he tested every step to prove the facts, and became, says Professor Tyndall, the greatest experimental philosopher the world has ever seen. He loved science as he loved his family and his God, and played with nature as with a petted child. When he lectured, there was a gleaming in his eyes which no painter could copy, and which no poet could describe. His audience took fire with him, and every face was flushed. In his earlier discoveries in compressing gases into liquids, he obtained from 1,000 cubic feet of coal gas 1 gallon of fluid from which he distilled benzene. In 1845, the chemist Hoffman found the same substance in coal tar, from which come our beautiful aniline dyes. After 18 years of studying the wonderful results of Galvani's discovery at the University of Bologna, that the legs of a dead frog contract under the electric current, and of Volta in 1799, with his voltaic pile of copper, zinc, and leather in salt water, and of Christian Ørsted at the University of Copenhagen, and Ampere and Arago, that electricity will produce magnets, Faraday made the great discovery of magneto-electricity, that magnets will produce electricity. At once, magneto-electric machines were made for generating electricity for the electric light, electroplating, etc. This discovery, says Professor Tyndall, is the greatest experimental result ever attained by an investigator, the Mont Blanc of Faraday's achievements. Soon after he made another great discovery, that of electric induction, or that one electric current will induce another current in an adjoining wire. Others had suspected this, but had sought in vain to prove it. The Bell telephone, which Sir William Thomson calls the wonder of wonders, depends upon this principle. Here no battery is required, for the vibration of thin iron plate is made to generate the currents. After this, Faraday proved that the various kinds of electricity are identical, and that the electricity of the voltaic pile is produced by chemical action, and not by contact of metals as Volta had supposed. The world, meantime, had showered honours upon the great scientist. Great Britain had made him her idol. The Cambridge Philosophical Society, the Institution of Civil Engineers, of British Architects, of Philosophy and of Medicine, and the leading associations of Scotland had made him an honorary member. Paris had elected him corresponding member of all the great societies. St. Petersburg, Copenhagen, Stockholm, Berlin, Palermo, Modena, Lisbon, Heidelberg, Frankfurt, and her own Boston and Philadelphia had sent tokens of admiration. Eminent men from all the world came to see him. How proud his mother must have felt at this wonderful success! She was not able to enter into her son's pursuits from lack of early education, but she talked much about him, calling him ever "my Michael," and would do nothing whatever without his advice. He supported her in her declining years, and she seemed perfectly happy. His father had died in his boyhood, but Faraday ever honored his occupation. He used to say, "I love a smith shop and anything relating to smithing. My father was a blacksmith." He was now 49. The overtaxed brain refused to work longer. Memory was losing her grasp, and but for the sweet and careful presence of Sarah Faraday, the life work would doubtless have been finished at this time. She took him to Switzerland, where he walked beside the lakes and over the mountains, with "my companion, dear wife, and partner in all things." For 4 years he made scarcely any experiments in original research, and then the tired brain seemed to regain its wonted power, and go on to other discoveries. An Italian philosopher, Maricini, was the first to announce the magnetizing power of the solar rays. Mrs. Somerville covered one half of a sewing needle with paper, and exposed the other half to the violet rays. In 2 hours the exposed end had acquired magnetism. Faraday, by long and difficult experiments, showed the converse of this. He magnetized a ray of light. An experiment high, beautiful, and alone, says Mr. Tyndall. He also showed the magnetic condition of all matter. He was always at work. He entered the laboratory in the morning, and often worked till 11 at night, hardly stopping for his meals. He seldom went into society, for time was too precious. If he needed a change, he read aloud Shakespeare, Byron, or Macaulay to his wife in the evening, or corresponded with Herschel, Humboldt, and other great men. In the midst of exhausting labors he often preached on the Sabbath, believing more earnestly in the word of God the more he studied science. When he was 64 the great brain began to show signs of decline. Belgium, Munich, Vienna, Madrid, Rome, Naples, Turin, Rotterdam, Uppsala, Lombardy, and Moscow had sent him medals or made him a member of their famous societies. Napoleon III made him commander of the Legion of Honor, a rare title, and the French Exhibition awarded him the Grand Medal of Honor. The Queen asked him to dine with her at Windsor Castle, and at the request of Prince Albert, her husband, she presented him with a lovely home at Hampton Court. At 71 he wrote to Mrs. Faraday from Glasgow, "My head is full, and my heart also, but my recollection rapidly fails. You will have to resume your old function of being a pillow to my mind and a rest, a happy-making wife." Still he continued to make able reports to the government on lighthouses, electric machines, steam engines, and the like. And then, for 2 years, the memory grew weaker, the body feebler, and he was, as he told a friend, just waiting. He died in his chair, in his study, August 25th, 1867, and was buried in Highgate Cemetery. Westminster Abbey would have opened the doors to him, but he requested to be buried in the simplest earthly place, with a gravestone of the most ordinary kind, on a plain marble slab in the midst of clustering ivy, are his name and the dates of his birth and death. One feels a strange tenderness of heart as he stands beside this sacred spot, where rests one who, though elected to 70 societies and offered nearly 100 titles and tokens of honor, said he would remain plain Michael Faraday to the last. Wonderful man, great in mind, noble in heart, and gentle in manner, having brought a strong nature under the most complete discipline. His energy, his devotion to a single object, his untiring work, and his beautiful character carried the blacksmith's son to the highest success. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Chapter 12. Sir Henry Bessemer. A little way from London, England, at Denmark Hill, looking toward the Crystal Palace, is a mansion which is fit for royalty. The grounds, covering from 30 to 40 acres, are beautifully terraced, dotted here and there with lakelets, fountains, and artificial caverns, while the great clumps of red rhododendron, yellow laburnum, pink hawthorn, and white laurel make an exquisitely colored picture. The home itself is spacious and inviting, with its elegant conservatory and rare works of art. The owner of this house, Sir Henry Bessemer, is cordial and gracious, and from his genial face and manner no one would imagine that his life had been one long struggle with obstacles. Born in Charlton, a little county town in Hertfordshire, January 19th, 1813, he received the rudiments of an education like other boys in the neighbourhood. His father, Anthony Bessemer, an inventor, seeing that his son was inclined to mechanics, bought him, in London, a 5-inch foot lathe, and a book which described the art of turning. Day after day, in the quiet of his country home, he studied and practised turning and modelling in clay. At 18 years of age he went to London, knowing no one, he says, and myself unknown, a mere cipher in a vast sea of human enterprise. He soon found a place to work as modeller and designer, engraving a large number of original designs on steel, with a diamond point for patent medicine labels. A year later he exhibited one of his models at the Royal Academy. His inventive brain and observing eye were always alert in some new direction. Having ascertained that the government lost thousands of pounds annually by the transfer of adhesive stamps from old deeds to new ones, he determined to devise a stamp which could not be used twice. For several months he worked earnestly, at night after his daily tasks were over, and in secret, thinking how richly the government would reward him if he succeeded. At last he produced a die of unique design, which perforated a parchment deed with 400 little holes. He hastened to the stamp officials to show his work. They were greatly pleased, and asked him which he preferred for his reward, a sum of money, or the position of superintendent of stamps, with a salary of $3,000 or $4,000 a year. He delightedly chose the latter, as that would make him comfortable for life. There was another reason for his delight, for being engaged to be married, he would have no solicitude now about daily needs. Life would flow on as smoothly as a river. At once he visited the young lady, and told her of his great success. She listened eagerly, and then said, "Yes, I understand this, but surely, if all stamps had a date put upon them, they could not at a future time be used without detection." His spirits fell. He confessed afterward that, while he felt pleased and proud of the clever and simple suggestion of the young lady, he saw also that all his more elaborate system, the result of months of toil, was shattered to pieces by it. What need for 400 holes in a die, when a single date was more effective? He soon worked out a die with movable dates, and with frankness and honour presented it before the government officials. They saw its preferableness. The new plan was adopted by Act of Parliament, the old stamps were called in and new ones issued, and then the young inventor was informed that his services as superintendent of stamps at $3,000 a year were not needed. But surely the government, which was to save $500,000 a year, would repay him for his months of labor and thought. Associations, like individuals, are very apt to forget favors when once the desired end is attained. The Premier had resigned, and after various promises and excuses, a lawyer in the stamp office informed him that he made the new stamp of his own free will, and there was no money to be given him. Sad and dispirited, and with a burning sense of injustice overpowering all other feelings, says young Bessemer, I went my way from the stamp office, too proud to ask as a favor that which was indubitably my right. Alas! that he must learn thus early the selfishness of the world! But he took courage. For had he not made one real invention? And it must be in his power to make others. When he was 25 he produced a type casting machine, but so opposed was it by the compositors that it was finally abandoned. He also invented a machine for making figured Utrecht velvet, and some of his productions were used in the state apartments of Windsor Castle. A little later his attention was accidentally called to bronze powder, he having bought a small portion to ornament his sister's album. The powder, made in Germany, cost only 22 cents a pound in the raw material, and sold for $22. Here was a wonderful profit. Why could he not discover the process of making it? He worked for 18 months, trying all sorts of experiments, and failed. But failure to a great mind never really means failure, so after 6 months he tried again, and succeeded. He knew little about patents, had been recently defrauded by the government, and he determined that this discovery should be kept a secret. He made a small apparatus, and worked it himself, sending out a traveling man with the product. That which cost him less than $1 was sold for 18. A fortune seemed now really within his grasp. A friend, assured of his success, put $50,000 into the business. Immediately Bessemer made plans of all the machinery required, sent various parts to as many different establishments, lest his secret be found out, and then put the pieces of his self-acting machines together. 5 assistants were engaged at high wages, under pledge of secrecy. At first he made 1,000% profit, and now, in these later years, the profit is 300%. 3 of the assistants have died, and Mr. Bessemer has turned over the business and the factory to the other 2. The secret of making the bronze powder has never been told. Even Mr. Bessemer's oldest son had reached manhood before he ever entered the locked room where it was made. For 10 years the inventor now turned his attention to the construction of railway carriages, centrifugal pumps, etc. His busy brain could not rest. When frequent explosions in coal mines occasioned discussion throughout the country, he made, at large expense, a working model for ventilating mines, and offered to explain it to a committee of the House of Commons. His offer was declined with thanks. A little investigation on the part of great statesmen would have been scarcely out of place. At the Great Exhibition in London in 1851 he exhibited several machines, one for grinding and polishing plate glass, and another for draining, in an hour, an acre of land covered with water a foot deep. The crowd looked at them, called the inventor the ingenious Mr. Bessemer, and passed on. 2 years later he made some improvements in war implements, and submitted his plans to the Woolwich Arsenal, but they were declined, without thanks even. Some other men might have become discouraged, but Mr. Bessemer knew that obstacles only strengthen and develop men. The improved ordnance having been brought to the knowledge of Napoleon III, he encouraged the inventor, and furnished the money to carry forward the experiments. While the guns were being tested at Vincennes, an officer remarked, "If you cannot get stronger metal for your guns, such heavy projectiles will be of little use." And then Mr. Bessemer began to ask himself if he could not improve iron, but he had never studied metallurgy. This, however, did not deter him, for he immediately obtained the best books on the subject, and visited the iron-making districts. Then he bought an old factory at Baxter House, where Richard Baxter used to live, and began to experiment for himself. After a whole year of labor he succeeded in greatly improving cast iron, making it almost as white as steel. Could he not improve steel also? For 18 months he built and pulled down one furnace after another, at great expense. At last the idea struck him, he says, of making cast iron malleable by forcing air into the metal when in a fluid state, cast iron being a combination of iron and carbon. When oxygen is forced in, it unites with the carbon, and thus the iron is left nearly pure. The experiment was tried at the factory in the midst of much trepidation, as the union of the compressed air and the melted iron produced an eruption like a volcano. But when the combustion was over, the result was steel. Astonished and delighted, after 2 years and a half of labor, Bessemer at once took out a patent, and the following week, by request, August 11th, 1856, read a paper before the British Association on "The Manufacture of Malleable Iron and Steel without Fuel." There was great ridicule made beforehand. Said one leading steel maker to another, "I want you to go with me this morning. There is a fellow who has come down from London to read a paper on making steel from cast iron without fuel. Ha, ha, ha." The paper was published in the Times and created a great sensation. Crowds hastened to Baxter House to see the wonderful process. In 3 weeks Mr. Bessemer had sold $100,000 worth of licenses to make steel by the new and rapid method. Fame, as well as great wealth, seemed now assured, when lo, in 2 months, it being found that only certain kinds of iron could be worked, the newspapers began to ridicule the new invention, and scientists and business men declared the method visionary and worse than useless. Mr. Bessemer collected a full portfolio of these scathing criticisms, but he was not the man to be disconcerted or cast down. Again he began the labor of experimenting, and found that phosphorus in the iron was the real cause of the failure. For 3 long years he pursued his investigation. His best friends tried to make him desist from what the world had proved to be an impracticable thing. Sometimes he almost distrusted himself, and thought he would give up trying, and then the old desire came back more strongly than ever. At last success was really assured, but nobody would believe it. Everyone said, "Oh, this is the thing which made such a blaze 2 or 3 years ago, and which was a failure." Mr. Bessemer took several hundredweight of the new steel to some Manchester friends, that their workmen might try it, without knowing from whence it came. They detected no difference between this which cost $30 a ton, and what they were then using at $300 a ton. But nobody wanted to buy the new steel. 2 years went by in this fruitless urging for somebody to take up the manufacture of the new metal. Finally, Bessemer induced a friend to unite with him, and they erected works and began to make steel. At first the dealers would buy only 20 or 30 pounds, then the demand steadily increased. At last the large manufacturers awoke to the fact that Bessemer was underselling them by $100 a ton, and they hastened to pay a royalty for making steel by the new process. But all obstacles were not yet overcome. The government refused to make steel guns, the shipbuilders were afraid to touch it, and when the engineer of the London and North Western Railway was asked to use steel rails, he exclaimed excitedly, "Mr. Bessemer, do you wish to see me tried for manslaughter?" Now steel rails are used the world over, at the same cost as iron formerly, and are said to last 20 times as long as iron rails. Prejudice at last wore away, and in 1866 the "Bessemer process," the conversion of crude iron into steel by forcing cold air through it for 15 or 20 minutes, was bringing to its inventor an income of $500,000 a year. Fame had now come as well as wealth. In 1874 he was made president of the Iron and Steel Institute, to succeed the Duke of Devonshire. The Institute of Civil Engineers gave him the Telford Gold Medal, the Society of Arts the Albert Gold Medal. Sweden made him honorary member of her Iron Board. Hamburg gave him the freedom of the city, and the Emperor of Austria conferred upon him the honor of Knight Commander of the Order of Francis Joseph, sending a complimentary letter in connection with the jeweled cross and circular collar of the order. Napoleon III wished to give him the Grand Cross of the Legion of Honor. But the English government would not permit him to wear it. The Emperor therefore presented him in person with a gold medal weighing 12 ounces. Berlin and the King of Würtemberg sent him gold medals. In 1879 he was made Fellow of the Royal Society, and the same year was knighted by Queen Victoria. In 1880 the freedom of the City of London was presented to him in a gold casket, the only other great discoverers who have received this distinction being Dr. Jenner, who introduced vaccination, and Sir Rowland Hill, the author of penny postage. In the United States, which gives no ribbons or decorations, Indiana has appropriately named a flourishing town after him. It is estimated that Sir Henry Bessemer's one discovery of making steel has saved the world, in the last 21 years, above $5,000 million. When his patent expired in 1870, he had received in royalties over $5 million. In his steel works at Sheffield, after buying in all the licenses sold in 1856, when the new process seemed a failure, the profits every 2 months equaled the original capital, or in 14 years the company increased the original capital 81 times by the profits. How wise it proved that the country lad did not obtain the permanent position of superintendent of stamps at $3,000 a year! Rich beyond his highest hopes, the friend of such eminent and progressive men as the King of the Belgians, who visits Denmark Hill, Sir Henry has not ceased his inventions. Knowing the terrors of seasickness, he designed a great swinging saloon, 70 feet by 30, in the midst of a sea-going vessel named the Bessemer. The experiment cost $100,000, but has not yet proved successful. In 1877, when 64 years old, he began to devote himself to the study of Herschel's works on optics, and has since constructed an immense and novel telescope which magnifies 5,000 times. The instrument is placed in a comfortable observatory, so that the investigator can either sit or stand while making his observations. The observing room, with its floor, windows, and dome, revolve and keep pace automatically with every motion of the telescope. This is accomplished by hydraulic power. No wonder that Bessemer has been called the great captain of modern civilization. He has revolutionized one of the most important of the world's industries. He has fought obstacles at every step: poverty, the ridicule of the press, the indifference of his countrymen, and the cupidity of men who would steal his inventions or appropriate the results. He has earned leisure, but he rarely takes it. His has been a life of labor, prosecuted with indomitable will and energy. He has taken out 120 patents, for which the specifications and drawings fill 7 large volumes, all made by himself. The world had at last come to know and honor the boy who came to London at the age of 18, a mere cipher in a vast sea of human enterprise. He made his way to greatness unaided, save by his helpful wife. Sir Henry died on the 15th of March, 1898, leaving an immense fortune, which, nevertheless, was not inordinate when compared with the services rendered by him to mankind, and a stainless name. The unfair treatment which had embittered his early days had been atoned for by the Queen granting him a title in recognition of his invention accepted by the Post Office, and he had come to be regarded as one of the greatest benefactors of modern times. Such a life, crowned with such a success, is calculated to be a mighty inspiration to every ambitious youth. End of Chapter 12. Recording by Rosie.
Chapter 13 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Sir Titus Salt. I spent a day, with great interest, in visiting the worsted mills and warehouses at Saltaire, just out from Bradford, England, which cover about 10 acres. The history of the proprietor, Sir Titus Salt, reads like a romance. A poor boy, the son of a plain Yorkshire man. At 19, in a loose blouse, he was sorting and washing wool. A little later a good salesman, a faithful Christian worker, and the superintendent of a Sunday school. At 33, happening to be in Liverpool, he observed on the docks some huge pieces of dirty-looking alpaca wool. They had long lain in the warehouses, and becoming a nuisance to the owners, were soon to be reshipped to Peru. Young Salt took away a handful of the wool in his handkerchief, scoured and combed it, and was amazed at its attractive appearance. His father and friends advised him strongly to have nothing to do with the dirty stuff, as he could sell it to no one, and if he attempted to make cloth from it himself he ran a great risk of failure. Finally he said, "I am going into this alpaca affair right and left, and I'll either make myself a man or a mouse." Returning to Liverpool, he bought the whole 300 bales for a small sum, and toiled diligently till proper machinery was made for the new material. The result was a great success. In 3 years over 2,000,000 pounds of alpaca wool were imported, and now 4,000,000 pounds are brought to Bradford alone. Employment was soon furnished to thousands. laborers coming from all over Great Britain and Germany. 10 years later, Mr. Salt was made Mayor of Bradford. 10 years after this, a Member of Parliament, and 10 years later still a baronet by Queen Victoria. A great change from the boy in his soiled coarse blouse, but he deserved it all. He was a remarkable man in many ways. Even when worth his millions and giving lavishly on every hand, he would save blank leaves and scraps of paper for writing, and lay them aside for future use. He was an early riser, always at the works before the engines were started. It used to be said of him, "Titus Salt makes 1,000 pounds before others are out of bed." He was punctual to the minute, most exact, and unostentatious. After he was knighted, it was no uncommon thing for him to take a poor woman and her baby in the carriage beside him, or a tired workman, or scatter hundreds of tracts in a village where he happened to be. Once a gypsy, not knowing who he was, asked him to buy a broom. To her astonishment, he bought all she was carrying. The best of his acts, one which he had thought out carefully, as he said, to do good to his fellow men, was the building of Saltaire for his 4,000 workmen. When asked once what he had been reading of late, he replied, "Alpaca, if you had 4,000 or 5,000 people to provide for every day, you would not have much time left for reading." Saltaire is a beautiful place on the banks of the river Aire, clean and restful. In the center of the town stands the great 6-story mill, well ventilated, lighted, and warmed, 545 feet long, of light-colored stone, costing over $500,000. The 4 engines of 1,800 horsepower consume 15,000 tons of coal per year. The weaving shed, covering 2 acres, holds 1,200 looms, which make 18 miles of fabric per day. The homes of the workpeople are an honor to the capitalist. They are of light stone, like the mill, 2 stories high, each containing parlor, kitchen, pantry, and 3 bedrooms or more, well ventilated and tasteful. Flower beds are in every front yard, with a vegetable garden in the rear. No broken carts or rubbish are to be seen. Not satisfied to make Saltaire simply healthful, by proper sanitary measures, and beautiful, for which Napoleon III made him one of the Legion of Honor, Mr. Salt provided school buildings at a cost of $200,000, a Congregational church costing $80,000, Italian in style, as are the other buildings, a hospital for sick or injured, and 45 pretty almshouses, like Italian villas, where the aged and infirm have a comfortable home. Each married man and his wife receive $2.50 weekly, and each single man or woman $1.87 for expenses. Once a year Mr. Salt and his family used to take tea with the inmates, which was a source of great delight. Believing that indoor washing is most pernicious and a fruitful source of disease, especially to the young, he built 24 baths at a cost of $35,000 and public washhouses. These are supplied with 3 steam engines and 6 washing machines. Each person bringing clothes is provided with a rubbing and boiling tub, into which steam and hot and cold water are conveyed by pipes. The clothes are dried by hot air, and can be washed, dried, mangled, and folded in an hour. In Sweden I found the same dislike to having washing done in the homes, and clothes are usually carried to the public washhouses. Perhaps the most interesting of all Mr. Salt's gifts to his workmen is the Saltaire Club and Institute, costing $125,000. A handsome building, with large reading rooms supplied with daily papers and current literature, a library, lecture hall for 800 persons, a school of art, with models, drawings, and good teachers, a billiard room with 4 tables, a room for scientific study, each student having proper appliances for laboratory work, a gymnasium and drill room nearly 60 feet square, an armory for rifle practice, and a smoking room, though Mr. Salt did not smoke. The membership fee for all this study and recreation is only 37 cents for each 3 months. Opposite the great mill is a dining hall, where a plate of meat can be purchased for 4 cents, a bowl of soup for 2 cents, and a cup of tea or coffee for 1 cent. If the men prefer to bring their own food, it is cooked free of charge. The manager has a fixed salary, so that there is no temptation to scrimp the buyers. Still another gift was made to the workpeople. A park of 14 acres with croquet and archery grounds, music pavilion, places for boating and swimming, and walks with beautiful flowers. No saloon has ever been allowed in Saltaire. Without the temptation of the beer shops, the boys have grown to intelligent manhood, and the girls to virtuous womanhood. Sir Titus Salt's last gift to his workmen was a Sunday school building costing $50,000, where are held the model Sunday schools of the country, say those who have attended the meetings. No wonder, at the death of this man, 40,000 people came to his burial, members of Parliament, clergymen, workingmen's unions, and ragged schools. No wonder that statues have been erected to his memory, and that thousands go every year to Saltaire to see what one capitalist has done for his laborers. No fear of strikes in his workshops, no socialism talked in the clean and pretty homes of the men, no squalid poverty, no depraving ignorance. That capital is feeling its responsibility in this matter of homes for laborers is one of the hopeful signs of the times. We shall come some time to believe with the late President Chadbourne. The rule now commonly acted upon is that business must be cared for, and men must care for themselves. The principle of action in the end must be that men must be cared for, and business must be subservient to this great work. If, as Spurgeon has well said, home is the grandest of all institutions, capital can do no better work than look to the homes of the laborer. It is not the mansion which the employer builds for himself, but the home which he builds for his employee, which will ensure a safe country for his children to dwell in. If discontent and poverty surround his palace, its foundations are weak. If intelligence has been disseminated, and comfort promoted by his unselfish thought for others, then he leaves a goodly heritage for his children. End of Chapter 13. Recording by Pamela Krantz.
Chapter 14 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Chapter 14. Joseph Marie Jacquard. The small world which lives in elegant houses knows little of the great world in dingy apartments with bare walls and empty cupboards. Those who walk or ride in the sunshine often forget the darkness of the mines or the tiresome treadmill of the factories. Over a century ago, in Lyon, France, lived a man who desired to make the lives of the toilers brighter and happier. Joseph Jacquard, the son of a silk weaver who died early, began his young manhood the owner of 2 looms and a comfortable little home. He had married Claudine Boischon, the daughter of a goldsmith who expected to give his daughter a marriage portion, but was unable from loss of property. Jacquard loved her just as devotedly, however, as though she had brought him money. A pretty boy was born into their home, and no family was happier in all France. But the young loom owner saw the poor weavers working from 4 in the morning till 9 at night in crowded rooms, whole families often bending over a loom, their chests shrunken and their cheeks sallow from want of air and sunlight, and their faces dull and vacant from the monotony of unvaried toil. There were no holidays, no walks in the fields among the flowers, no reading of books, nothing but the constant routine which wore out body and mind together. There was no home life, little children grew pinched and old, and mothers went too early to their graves. If work stopped, they ate the bread of charity, and went to the almshouse. The rich people of Lyon were not hard-hearted, but they did not think. They were too busy with their parties and their marriages, too busy buying and selling that they might grow richer. But Jacquard was always thinking how he could lighten the labor of the silk weavers by some invention. The manufacture of silk had become a most important industry. 1700 years before Christ, the Chinese had discovered the making of silk from silkworms and had cultivated mulberry trees. They forbade anybody to export the eggs or to disclose the process of making the fabric under penalty of death. The Roman Emperor Justinian determined to wrest this secret from China and thus revive the resources of his empire. He sent 2 monks who ostensibly preached Christianity, but in reality studied silkworms, and secreting some eggs in 2 hollow reeds, returned to Justinian, and breaking these canes, laid the eggs on the lap of the beautiful Empress Theodora. From this the art spread into Italy, and thence into France. The more Jacquard thought how he could help the silk weavers of France, the more he became absorbed, and forgot that money was needed to support his family. Soon the looms had to be sold at auction, with his small home. The world ridiculed, and his relatives blamed him, but Claudine his wife encouraged him, and prophesied great fame for him in the future. She sold her little treasures, and even her bed, to pay his debts. Finally, when there was no food in the house, with tears in his eyes, Jacquard left his wife and child to become a labourer for a lime burner in a neighbouring town. Claudine went to work in a straw bonnet factory, and for 16 years they battled with poverty. Then the French Revolution burst upon Lyons in 1793. Her crime before such murderers as Robespierre and Marat was that she was the friend of Louis XVI. 60,000 men were sent against her by the so-called Republicans, who were commanded to utterly destroy her, and write over the ruins, "Lyons made war upon liberty, Lyons is no more." 6,000 persons were put to death, their houses burned, and 12,000 exiled, among them Jacquard. His only child, a brave boy of 16, had joined the Republican ranks, that he might fight against the foreign armies of England, Austria, and Naples, who had determined, under Pitt, to crush out the new government. At the boy's earnest request, his father enlisted with him, and together they marched toward the Rhine. In one of the first battles, a cannon-ball struck the idolized son, who fell expiring in Jacquard's arms. Covered with the blood of his only child, he dug a grave for him on the battlefield, and exhausted and heartbroken, went to the hospital till his discharge was obtained. He returned to Lyons and sought his poor wife. At last he found her in the outskirts of the city, living in a hayloft, and earning the barest pittance by spreading out linen for the laundresses to dry. She divided her crusts with her husband, while they wept together over their irreparable loss. She soon died of grief, but, with her last words, bade Jacquard go forward in developing his genius, and have trust in God, who would yet show him the way of success. Blessed Claudine, a sweet, beautiful soul, shining like a star in the darkness of the French Revolution. Jacquard, with all earthly ties severed, went back to the seclusion of inventing. After his day's work was done as a labourer, he studied on his machine for silk weaving. Finally, after 7 years, a long time to patiently develop an idea, he had produced a loom which would decrease the number of workmen at each machine by 1 person. The model was placed at the Paris Industrial Exposition in 1801, and the maker was awarded a bronze medal. In gratitude for this discovery, he went to the image of the Virgin which stood on a high hill, and for 9 days ascended daily the steps of the sacred place. Then he returned to his work, and seating himself before a Vaucanson loom, which contained the germ of his own, he consecrated himself anew to the perfecting of his invention. Jacques de Vaucanson, who died when Jacquard was 30 years old, was one of the most celebrated mechanicians of France. His automatons were the wonder of the age. He exhibited a duck, which, when moved, ate and drank like a live one. The figure would stretch out its neck for food, and swallow it, walk, swim, dabble in the water, and quack most naturally. His musician, playing the flageolet with the left hand, and beating the tambourine with the right, executing many pieces of difficult music with great accuracy, was an astonishment to every body. He had been appointed inspector of silk factories at Lyons, and because he made some improvements in machines, he was pelted with stones by the workmen, who feared that they would thereby lose their labour. He revenged himself by making a machine which wove, brocaded, and coloured at the same time, and was worked by a donkey. It remained for Jacquard to make the Vaucanson loom of the utmost practical use to Lyons and to the world. After a time he was not only able to dispense with 1 workman at each loom, but he made machinery do the work of 3 men and 2 women at each frame. The city authorities sent a model of this machine to Paris, that the Emperor Napoleon might examine it. So pleased was he that he at once sent for Jacquard to come to Paris. The latter had previously invented a machine for making fishing nets, now used in producing Nottingham lace. When brought before Bonaparte, and Carnot the Minister of the Interior, the latter asked, "Is it you, then, who pretend to do a thing which is impossible for man, to make a knot upon a tight thread?" Jacquard answered the brusque inquiry by setting up a machine and letting the incredulous minister see for himself. The Emperor made Jacquard welcome to the Conservatoire des Arts et Métiers, where he could study books and machines to his heart's content, and gave him a pension of about $1,200 for his discovery. When he had, with his own hands, woven a magnificent brocaded silk dress for the Empress Josephine, he returned to Lyons to set up the Jacquard looms. His name began to be lauded everywhere. Claudine's prophecies had at last come true. She had given her life to help him, but she could not live to share his honors. Soon, however, the tide of praise turned. Whole families found themselves forced into the street for lack of work, as the looms were doing what their hands had done. Bands of unemployed men were shouting, "Behold the traitor! Let him provide for our wives and children, now driven as mendicants from door to door, or let him, the destroyer of the people's labor, share in the death which he has prepared for us." The authorities seemed unable to quell the storm, and by their orders the new loom was broken in pieces in the public square. The iron, says Jacquard, was sold as old iron, the wood for fuel. One day he was seized by a crowd of starving workmen, who knocked him down and dragged him to the banks of the Rhone, where he would have drowned at once, had not the police rescued him, bleeding and nearly dead. He left the city overwhelmed with astonishment and sorrow. Soon Switzerland, Germany, Italy, and America were using the Jacquard looms, largely increasing the manufacture and sale of silk, and therefore the number of laborers. The poor men of Lyons awoke to the sad fact that by breaking up Jacquard's machines, they had put the work of the silk weaving into other hands all over the world, and idleness was proving their ruin. They might have doubled and trebled the number of their factories, and benefited labor 1,000-fold. The inventor refused to take out a patent for himself, nor would he accept any offers made him by foreigners, because he thought all his services belonged to France. He loved the working people, who, for 20 years, were too blind to see it. He removed to a little home and garden at Ouillin, near Lyons, the use of which had been given him for life, where he could hear the sound of his precious looms on which he had worked for 60 years, and which his city had at last adopted. Here he attended his garden, and went every morning to early church, distributing each day some small pieces of money to poor children. As old age came on, Lyons realized the gratitude due her great inventor. A silver medal was awarded him, and then the grand distinction of the Cross of the Legion of Honor. People from the neighboring towns visited Ouillin, and pointed out with pride the noble old man, at 84, sitting by his garden wall, dressed like a workman in his long black tunic, but wearing his broad red ribbon with his cross of honor. Illustrious travelers and statesmen visited him, whose fame was now spread through Europe and America. Toinette, a faithful servant, who had known and loved Claudine, watched over the pure-hearted Jacquard till death came, August 7th, 1834. 6 years after, Lyons, which once broke his machine and nearly killed him, raised a beautiful statue of him in the public square. The more than 70,000 looms in the city, employing 200,000 workmen, are grander monuments even than the statue. The silk weavers are better housed and fed than formerly. The struggling, self-sacrificing man, who might have been immensely rich as well as famous, was an untold blessing to labor and to the world. End of Chapter 14. Recording by Rosie.
Chapter 15 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Duvall. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Horace Greeley. Among the hills of New Hampshire, in a lonely, unpainted house, Horace Greeley was born February 3, 1811, the third of 7 children. His father was a plain farmer, hard-working, yet not very successful, but aided by a wife of uncommon energy and good spirits, notwithstanding her many cares. Besides her housework and spinning and making the children's clothes, she hoed in the garden, raked and loaded hay to help her husband, laughing and singing all day long, and telling her feeble little son Horace stories and legends all the evening. Her first 2 children having died, this boy was especially dear. Mrs. Greeley was a great reader of such books as she could obtain, and remembered all she read. It requires no great discernment to see from whence Horace Greeley derived his intense love for reading and his boundless energy. He learned to read, one can scarcely tell how. When 2 years old, he would pore over the Bible as he lay on the floor and ask questions about the letters. At 3, he went to the district school, often carried through the deep snow on the shoulders of one of his aunts or on the back of an older boy. He soon stood at the head of his little class in spelling and reading, and took it so much to heart when he did happen to lose his place that he would cry bitterly, so that some boys, when they had gained the right to get above him, declined the honor because it hurt Horace's feelings so. Before he was 6 years old, he had read the Bible through and Pilgrim's Progress. Their home contained only about 20 books, and these he read and reread. As he grew older, every book within 7 miles was borrowed and perused after the hard day's work of farming was over. He gathered a stock of pine knots, and, lighting one each night, lay down by the hearth and read, oblivious to all around him. The neighbors came and made their friendly visits, and ate apples and drank cider, as was the fashion, but the lad never noticed their coming or their going. When really forced to leave his precious books for bed, he would repeat the information he had learned, or the lessons for the next day, to his brother, who usually, most ungraciously, fell asleep before the conversation was half completed. When Horace was nearly 10 years old, his father, who had speculated in a small way in lumber, became a bankrupt. His house and furniture were sold by the sheriff, and he was obliged to flee from the state to avoid arrest. Some of these debts were paid 30 years afterward by his noble son. Going to West Haven, Vermont, Mr. Greeley obtained work on a farm and moved his family thither. They were very poor, the children sitting on the floor and eating their porridge together out of a tin pan. But they were happy in the midst of their hard work and plain food. The father and the boys chopped logs, and the little sisters, with the mother, gathered them in heaps. The voice of the latter, says Mr. James Parton in his biography, ringing out in laughter from the tangled brushwood in which she was often buried. Would there were thousands more of such women who can laugh at disaster and keep their children and themselves from getting soured with life. Everybody has troubles, and very wise are they who do not tell them, either in their faces or by their words. Horace earned a few pennies all his own, sometimes by selling nuts or bundles of the roots of pitch pine for kindling, which he carried on his back to the store. This money he spent in books, buying Mrs. Hemans' poetry and Shakespeare. No wonder that the minister of the town said, "Mark my words, that boy was not made for nothing." He could go to school no longer, and must now support himself. From earliest childhood he had determined to be a printer, so, when 11 years of age, he walked 9 miles to see the publisher of a newspaper and obtain a situation. The editor looked at the small, tow-haired boy, shook his head, and said, "You are too young." With a heavy heart, the child walked the long 9 miles back again. But he must do something, and, a little later, with 75 cents in his pocket and some food tied in a bundle, which he hung on the end of a stick slung over his shoulder, he walked 120 miles back to New Hampshire to see his relatives. After some weeks he returned, with a few more cents in his purse than when he started. The father Greeley ought to have foreseen that such energy and will would produce results. But because Horace, in a fit of abstraction, tried to yoke the off ox on the near side, he said, that boy will never get along in the world. He'll never know more than enough to come in when it rains." Alas, for the blindness of Zaccheus Greeley, whose name even would not be remembered but for his illustrious son. When Horace was 14, he read in a newspaper that an apprentice was wanted in a printing office 11 miles distant. He hastened thither, and, though unprepossessing from his thin voice, short pantaloons, lack of stockings, and worn hat, he was hired on trial. The first day he worked at the types in silence. Finally, the boys began to tease him with saucy remarks, and threw type at him, but he paid no attention. On the third day, one of the apprentices took a large black ball, used to put ink on the type, and, remarking that Horace's hair was too light, daubed his head 4 times. The pressman and editor both stopped their labors to witness a fight, but they were disappointed, for the boy never turned from his work. He soon left his desk, spent an hour in washing the ink from his hair, and returned to his duties. Seeing that he could not be irritated, and that he was determined to work, he became a great favorite. When at his type, he would often compose paragraphs for the paper, setting up the words without writing them out. He soon joined a debating society, composed of the best informed persons of the little town of East Pulteney, the minister, the doctor, the lawyer, the school teachers, and the like. What was their surprise to find that the young printer knew almost everything, and was always ready to speak, or read an essay. He was often laughed at because of his poor clothes, and pitied because, slender and pale as he was, he never wore an overcoat. But he used to say, "I guess I'd better wear my old clothes than run in debt for new ones." Ah, they did not know that every penny was saved and sent to the father, struggling to clear a farm in the wilderness in Pennsylvania. During his 4 years' apprenticeship, he visited his parents twice, though 600 miles distant, and walked most of the way. Soon after he had learned his trade, the newspaper suspended, and he was thrown out of work. The people with whom he boarded gave him a brown overcoat, not new, and with moistened eyes said good-bye to the poor youth, whom they had learned to love as their own. He remained a few weeks with his family, then walked 50 miles east to a town in New York State, where he found plenty of work, but no money, and in 6 weeks returned to the log cabin. After trying various towns, he found a situation in Erie, taking the place of a workman who was ill, and for 7 months he did not lose a day. Out of his wages, $84, he had used only 6, less than $1 a month. Putting $15 in his pocket, he took the balance of 63 in a note and gave it to his father. A noble son indeed, who would not buy a single garment for himself, but carried the money home so as to make the poor ones a trifle more comfortable. He had become tired of working in the small towns. He determined to go to the great city of New York and be somebody. He walked a part of the way by the towpath along the canal, and sometimes rode in a scow. Finally, at sunrise, Friday, August 18th, 1831, he landed close to the Battery with $10 in his pocket, knowing, he says, no human being within 200 miles. His first need was a boarding place. Over a saloon kept by an Irishman, he found room and board for $2.50 a week. Fortunately, though it was the almost universal custom to use liquors, Horace was a teetotaler, and despised chewing or smoking tobacco, which he regarded as the vilest, most detestable abuse of his corrupted sensual appetites, whereof depraved man is capable. Therefore he had no fear of temptation from these sources. All day Friday and Saturday he walked the streets of New York looking for work. The editor of the Journal of Commerce told him plainly that he was a runaway apprentice from the country, and he did not want him. I returned to my lodging on Saturday evening, thoroughly weary, disheartened, disgusted with New York, and resolved to shake its dust from my feet next Monday morning, while I could still leave with money in my pocket, and before its almshouse could foreclose upon me. On Sunday he went to church, both morning and afternoon. Late in the day, a friend who called upon the owner of the house, learning that the printer wanted work, said he had heard of a vacancy at Mr. West's, 85 Chatham Street. The next morning, Horace was at the shop at 5:30. New York was scarcely awake. Even the newsboys were asleep in front of the paper offices. He waited for an hour and a half, a day it seemed to him, when one of the journeymen arrived, and, finding the door locked, sat down beside the stranger. He, too, was a Vermonter, and he determined to help young Greeley if possible. He took him to the foreman, who decided to try him on a polyglot testament, with marginal references, such close work that most of the men refused to do it. Mr. West came an hour or two later, and said in anger, "Did you hire that fool?" "Yes, we need help, and he was the best I could get," said the foreman. "Well, pay him off tonight, and let him go about his business." When night came, however, the country youth had done more and better work than anybody who had tried the testament. By beginning his labors before 6 in the morning, and not leaving his desk till 9 in the evening, working by the light of a candle stuck in a bottle, he could earn $6 a week. At first his fellow workmen called him the Ghost, from his white hair and complexion, but they soon found him friendly, and willing to lend money, which, as a rule, was never returned to him. They therefore voted him to be a great addition to the shop. As usual, though always scrupulously clean, he wore his poor clothes, no stockings, and his wristbands tied together with twine. Once he bought a second-hand black suit of a Jew for $5, but it proved a bad bargain. His earnings were sent, as before, to his parents. After a year, business grew dull, and he was without a place. For some months he worked on various papers, when a printer friend, Mr. Story, suggested that they start in business, their combined capital being $150. They did so, and their first work was the printing of a penny Morning Post, which suspended in 3 weeks, they losing $60. The partner was drowned shortly after, and his brother-in-law took his place. Young Greeley, now 23, and deeply interested in politics, determined to start a weekly paper. 15 of his friends promised to subscribe for it. The New Yorker was begun, and so well conducted was it that 300 papers throughout the country gave it complimentary notices. It grew to a subscription list of 9,000 persons. But much of the business was done on trust. Times were hard, and, after 7 years, the enterprise had to be abandoned. This was a severe trial to the hard-working printer, who had known nothing but struggles all his life. Years after this he wrote, "Through most of this time I was very poor, and for 4 years really bankrupt, though always paying my notes and keeping my word, but living as poorly as possible. My embarrassments were sometimes dreadful. Not that I feared destitution, but the fear of involving my friends in my misfortunes was very bitter. I would rather be a convict in a state prison, a slave in a rice swamp, than to pass through life under the harrow of debt. Hunger, cold, rags, hard work, contempt, suspicion, unjust reproach are disagreeable, but debt is infinitely worse than them all. Avoid pecuniary obligation as you would pestilence or famine. If you have but 50 cents and can get no more for a week, buy a peck of corn, parch it, and live on it, rather than owe any man $1. Meantime, the young editor had married Miss Mary Y. Cheney, a schoolteacher of unusual mind and strength of character. It was, of course, a comfort to have someone to share his sorrows, but it pained his tender heart to make another help bear his burdens. Beside editing the New Yorker, he had also taken charge of the Jeffersonian, a weekly campaign paper published at Albany, and the Log Cabin, established to aid in the election of General Harrison to the presidency. The latter paper was a great success, the circulation running up to 90,000, though very little money was made. But it gave Mr. Greeley a reputation in all parts of the country for journalistic ability. President Harrison died after having been a month in office, and 7 days after his death, Mr. Greeley started, April 10, 1841, a new paper, the New York Tribune, with the dying words of Harrison as its motto. "I desire you to understand the true principles of the government. I wish them carried out. I ask nothing more." The paper had scarcely any money for its foundation, only $1,000 loaned by a friend. But it had a true man at its head, strong in his hatred of slavery and the oppression of the laboring man, and fearless in the advocacy of what he believed to be right. Success did not come at first. Of the 5,000 copies published and to be sold at a cent each, Mr. Greeley says, "We found some difficulty in giving them away." The expenses for the first week were $525, receipts $92. But the boy who could walk nearly 600 miles to see his parents, and be laughed at for poor clothes while he saved his money for their use, was not to be overcome at 30 years of age by the failure of one or of a dozen papers. Some of the New York journals fought the new sheet, but it lived and grew till, on the 7th week, it had 11,000 subscribers. A good business manager was obtained as partner. Mr. Greeley worked 16 hours a day. He wrote 4 columns of editorial matter. His copy, wittily says Junius Henry Brown, strangers mistook for diagrams of Boston. Dozens of letters, often forgot whether he had been to his meals, and was ready to see and advise with everybody. When told that he was losing time by thus seeing people, he said, "I know it, but I'd rather be beset by loafers and stopped in my work than be cooped up where I couldn't be got at by men who really wanted to and had a right to see me." So warm as this were his sympathies with all humanity. In 1842, when he was 31, he visited Washington, Niagara, and his parents in Pennsylvania, and wrote delightful letters back to his paper. How proud the mother must have felt of the growing fame of her son! What did Zacchaeus think now of his boy, of whom he prophesied would never know more than enough to come in when it rains? The years passed on. Margaret Fuller came upon the editorial staff, for Mr. Greeley was ever the advocate of the fullest liberty for women in any profession, and as much pay for her work as for that of men. And now came a great sorrow, harder to bear than poverty. His little son, Picky, called the glorious boy with radiant beauty never equaled, died suddenly. When at length, he said, the struggle ended with his last breath, and even his mother was convinced that his eyes would never again open upon the scenes of this world, I knew that the summer of my life was over, that the chill breath of its autumn was at hand, and that my future course must be along the downhill of life. He wrote to Margaret Fuller in Italy, "Ah, Margaret, the world grows dark with us. You grieve, for Rome is fallen. I mourn, for Picky is dead." His hopes were centered in this child, and his great heart never regained its full cheerfulness. In 1848 he was elected to Congress for 3 months to fill out the unexpired term of a deceased member, and did most effective work with regard to the mileage system and the use of the public lands. To a high position had come the printer boy. At this time he was also prominently in the lecture field, speaking twice a week to large audiences all over the country. In 1850, his first book was published by the Harpers, Hints Toward Reform, composed of 10 lectures and 20 essays. The following year, he visited England as one of the jury in the awarding of prizes, and while there made a close study of philanthropic and social questions. He always said, "He who by voice or pen strikes his best blow at the impostures or vices whereby our race is debased and paralyzed, may close his eyes in death, consoled and cheered by the reflection that he has done what he could for the emancipation and elevation of his kind." In 1855 he again visited Europe, and 4 years later, California, where he was received with great demonstrations of honor and respect. In 1860 he was at the Chicago Convention, and helped to nominate Abraham Lincoln in preference to William H. Seward. Mr. Greeley had now become one of the leading men of the nation. His paper molded the opinions of hundreds of thousands. He had fought against slavery with all the strength of his able pen. but he advocated buying the slaves for $400 million rather than going to war, a cheaper method than our subsequent conflict, with enormous loss of life and money. When he found the war inevitable, after General McClellan's defeat at the Chickahominy, he urged upon Mr. Lincoln immediate emancipation, which was soon adopted. The New York World said after his death, "Mr. Greeley will hold the first place with posterity on the roll of emancipation." In the draft riots in New York in 1863, the mob burst into the Tribune building, smashing the furniture and shouting, "Down with the old white coat!" Mr. Greeley always wore a coat and hat of this hue. Had he been present, doubtless he would have been killed at once. When urged to arm the office, he said, "No, all my life I have worked for the working men. If they would now burn my office and hang me, why, let them do it." The same year he began his History of the Civil War for a Hartford publisher. Because so constantly interrupted, he went to the Bible House and worked with an amanuensis from 9 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon, and then to the Tribune office and wrote on his paper till 11 at night. These volumes, dedicated to John Bright, have had a sale of several 100,000 copies. After the war, Mr. Greeley, while advocating impartial suffrage for black as well as white, advocated also universal amnesty. He believed nothing was to be gained by punishing a defeated portion of our nation, and wanted the past buried as quickly as possible. He was opposed to the hanging of Jefferson Davis, and, with Gerrit Smith, a well-known abolitionist, and about 20 others, he signed Mr. Davis's bail bond for $100,000, which released him from prison at Fortress Monroe, where he had been for 2 years. At once the North was aflame with indignation. No criticism was too scathing. But Mr. Greeley took the denunciations like a hero, because he had done what his conscience approved. He said, "Seeing how passion cools and wrath abates, I confidently look forward to the time when thousands who have cursed will thank me for what I have done and dared in resistance to their own sanguinary impulses. Out of a life earnestly devoted to the good of humankind, your children will select my going to Richmond and signing that bail bond as the wisest act." In 1872, considerable disaffection having arisen in the Republican Party at the course pursued by President Grant at the South, the liberal Republicans, headed by Sumner, Schurz, and Trumbull, held a convention at Cincinnati and nominated Horace Greeley for president. The Democratic Party saw the hopelessness of nominating a man in opposition to Grant and Greeley, and accepted the latter as their own candidate. The contest was bitter and partisan in the extreme. Mr. Greeley received nearly 3 million votes, while General Grant received a 500,000 majority. No doubt the defeat was a great disappointment to one who had served his country and the Republican Party for so many years with very little political reward. But just a month before the election came the crushing blow of his life, in the death of his noble wife. He left his speech-making, and for weeks attended her with the deepest devotion. A few days before she died, he said, "I am a broken-down old man. I have not slept 1 hour in 24 for a month. If she lasts, poor soul, another week, I shall go before her." After her death he could not sleep at all, and brain fever soon set in. Friday, November 29th, the end came. At noon he said distinctly, his only remaining children Ida and Gabriella standing by his bedside, "I know that my Redeemer liveth." And at 3:30, "It is done." He was ready for the great change. He had written only a short time before, "With an awe that is not fear, and a consciousness of demerit which does not exclude hope, I await the opening, before my steps, of the gates of the eternal world." Dead at 61, overworked, not having had a good night's sleep in 15 years. When his death became known, the whole nation mourned for him. Newspapers from Maine to Louisiana gave touching tributes to his greatness, his purity, and his far-sightedness as a leader of the people. The Union League Club, the Lotos, the Typographical Society, the Associated Press, German and colored clubs, and temperance organizations passed resolutions of sorrow. Cornell University, of whose board he was a member, did him honor. St. Louis, Albany, Indianapolis, Nashville, and other cities held memorial meetings. John Bright sent regrets over our friend Horace Greeley. Congress passed resolutions of respect for his eminent services and personal purity and worth. And then came the sad and impressive burial. In the governor's room in the City Hall, draped in black, surrounded by a guard of honor composed of the leading men of New York, the body of the great journalist lay in state. Over 50,000 persons, rich and poor, maimed soldiers and working people, passed in one by one to look upon the familiar face. Said one workman, "It is little enough to lose a day for Horace Greeley, who spent many a day working for us." Just as the doors of the room were being closed for the night, a farmer made his way, saying, "I've come 100 miles to be at the funeral of Horace Greeley. Can't you possibly let me in to have one last look?" The man stood a moment by the open coffin, and then, pulling his hat low down to hide the tears, was lost in the crowd. From there the body was taken to Dr. Chapin's church, where it rested under a solid arch of flowers, with the words, "I know that my Redeemer liveth," and in front of the pulpit, "It is done." The coffin was nearly hidden by floral gifts, one of the most touching being a plow made of white camellias on a ground of violets, from the Tribune workman, a gift to honor the man who honored labor and ennobled farm life at his country home at Chappaqua, a few miles from New York. And then, through an enormous concourse of people, Fifth Avenue being blocked for a mile, the body was borne to Greenwood Cemetery. Stores were closed, and houses along the route were draped in black. Flags on the shipping in the harbor were at half-mast, and bells tolled from 1 to 3 o'clock. 250 carriages, containing the President of the United States, governors, senators, and other friends, were in the procession. By the side of his wife and their 3 little children, the great man was laid to rest, the 2 daughters stepping into the vault and laying flowers tenderly upon the coffin. The following Sabbath, clergymen all over the country preached about this wonderful life, its struggles succeeded by worldwide honor. Mr. Greeley's one great wish was gratified. "I cherish the hope that the journal I projected and established will live and flourish long after I shall have moldered into forgotten dust, and that the stone which covers my ashes may bear to future eyes the still intelligible inscription, 'Founder of the New York Tribune.'" End of chapter 15. Recording by Mark Duvall.
Chapter 16 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. William Lloyd Garrison. For a great work, God raises up a great man. Usually he is trained in the hard school of poverty, to give him courage and perseverance. Usually he stands alone among a great multitude, that he may have firmness and endurance. William Lloyd Garrison was born to be preeminently the deliverer of the slave. For 200 years the curse of African slavery had rested upon one of the fairest portions of our land. Everybody thought it an evil to keep 4 million human beings from even the knowledge of how to read and write, and a cruelty to sell children away from parents, to toil forever without home or kindred. Everybody knew that slavery was as ruinous almost to master as to slave, that labor was thereby despised, and that luxury was sapping the vigor of a race. But every slave meant money, and money is very dear to mankind. Before the Declaration of Independence, 300,000 slaves had been brought to this country. Some of the colonists remonstrated, but the traffic was not stopped till 1808. The Quakers were opposed to human bondage from the first, and decided in 1780 to free all their slaves. Vermont had freed hers 3 years previously, and other Northern states soon followed. Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, and others were outspoken against the sin, but it continued to increase till, in 1810, we had over 1,000,000 slaves. 5 years before this time, in a plain wooden house in Newburyport, Massachusetts, a boy was born who was to electrify America, and the world even, on this great subject. William Lloyd Garrison's father was a sea captain, a man who loved books and had some literary ambition. The mother was a noble woman, deeply religious, willing to bear all and brave all for conscience' sake, and fearless in the path of duty. She early taught her boy to hate oppression of every kind, and to stand everywhere for the right. Very poor, there was no chance for William either in school or college. When he was 7, his mother, having found work for herself as a nurse for the sick, placed the child with a deacon of the town, where he learned to split wood and other useful things. At 9, the careful mother put him to the shoemaking trade, though he was scarcely large enough to hold the lapstone. He was not happy here, longing for something that made him think. Perhaps he would like to build tables and chairs better, so he was apprenticed to a cabinet maker. But here he was no more satisfied than with the monotony of sewing leather. At his own request, the dealer canceled the agreement, and the boy found a place to set type on the Newburyport Herald. At last he had obtained the work he loved. He would some day own a paper, he thought, and write articles for it. Ah, how often poor boys, and rich, build air castles which tumble to the ground. It is well that we build them, for life soon becomes prosaic enough to the happiest of us. At 16 he wrote an article for the Herald, signing it "An Old Bachelor." Imagine his surprise and delight when he saw it really in print. Meantime his mother, who was 600 miles away, wrote him devoted letters, ever encouraging and stimulating him to be upright and temperate. A year later she died, and William was left to fight his battles alone. He missed the letters, missed having someone to whom he could tell a boy's hopes and fears and temptations. That boy is especially blessed who has a mother to whom he can confide everything. Such a boy usually has a splendid future, because by her wisdom and advice he becomes well fitted for life, making no foolish experiments. Reading as much as possible, at 19 William wrote some political articles for a Salem paper, and, strange to say, they were attributed to Honorable Timothy Pickering. Surely he could do something in the world now. So when his apprenticeship was over and he had worked long and faithfully, he started a paper for himself. He called it the Free Press. It was a good title and a good paper, but, like most first literary adventures, it proved a failure. Perhaps he ought to have foreseen that one can do little without capital. But youth is about as blind as love, and rarely stops to reason. Did one failure discourage him? Oh no. He went to Boston and found a place in a printing office. He soon became the editor of the National Philanthropist, the first paper established to advocate total abstinence from intoxicants. His motto was a true one, not very popular, however, in those days. Quote, "Moderate drinking is the downhill road to drunkenness." End quote. He was now 22, poor, but God-fearing and self-reliant. About this time there came to Boston a man whose influence changed young Garrison's whole life, Benjamin Lundy, a Quaker, 39 years of age. Leaving his father's home at 19, he had spent 4 years at Wheeling, Virginia, where he learned the saddler's trade, and learned also the cruelties of slaveholding. After this he moved to Ohio, and in 4 years earned $3,000 above his living expenses. When he was 26, he organized an anti-slavery society at his own house, and, promising to become assistant editor of an abolition paper, he went to St. Louis to dispose of his stock of saddlery. Business was greatly depressed, the whole region being agitated over the admission of Missouri as a slave state, and after spending 2 years, Lundy returned to Ohio on foot in winter, his property entirely gone. None of his ardor for freedom having abated, he determined to start a monthly paper, though poor and entirely ignorant about printing. This sheet he called The Genius of Universal Emancipation, printed 20 miles from his home, the edition being carried on his back each month as he walked the long distance. He moved shortly after to East Tennessee, walking half of the 800 miles, and gradually increased his subscription list. Several times his life was in danger, but the slight, gentle Quaker kept quietly on his course. In 1824 he set out on foot for Baltimore, paying his way by saddlery or harness mending, living on the poorest fare, and he subsequently established the Genius there. While he was absent from home, his wife died, leaving twins, and his 5 children were divided among friends. Deeply sorrowing, he renewed his resolve to devote his life to worse than motherless children, those sold into bondage, and made his way as best he could to Boston. Of such material were the foundation stones of the anti-slavery cause. At his boarding place Lundy met Garrison, and told him his burning desire to rid the country of slavery. The heart of the young printer was deeply moved. He too was poor and unknown, but he had not forgotten his mother's teachings and prayers. After some time he agreed to go to Baltimore and help edit The Genius of Universal Emancipation. Lundy was in favor of sending the slaves to the West Indies or Africa as fast as their masters would consent to free them, which was not very fast. Garrison said, "The slaves are here by no fault of their own, and do not deserve to be sent back to barbarous Africa." He was in favor of immediate freedom for every human being. Baltimore had slave pens on the principal streets. Vessel loads of slaves, torn from their homes, were sent hundreds of miles away to Southern ports, and the auction block often witnessed heart-rending scenes. The tender heart of Garrison was stirred to its very depths. In the first issue of his paper he declared for immediate emancipation, and soon denounced the slave trade between Baltimore and New Orleans as domestic piracy, giving the names of several citizens engaged in the traffic, among them a vessel owner from his own town, Newburyport. The Northern man immediately arrested Garrison for gross and malicious libel, and he was found guilty by a slaveholding court, and fined $50 and costs. No one was ready to give bail, and he was thrown into prison. The young man was not in the least cast down, but, calm and heroic, wrote 2 sonnets on the walls of his cell. Meantime, a noble young Quaker at the North, John G. Whittier, was deeply anxious for Garrison. He had no money to pay his fine, but, greatly admiring Henry Clay, whom he hoped to see President, wrote him urging that he aid the guiltless prisoner. Clay would doubtless have done so, but Arthur Tappan, one of New York's noble men, sent the money, releasing Garrison from his 49 days' imprisonment. Wendell Phillips says of him, "He was in jail for his opinions when he was just 24. He had confronted a nation in the very bloom of his youth." Garrison had not been idle while in prison. He had prepared several lectures on slavery, and these he now gave when he could find a hearing. Large churches were not opened to him, and nobody offered him $200 a night. The free colored people welcomed him gladly, but the whites were usually indifferent or opposed to such fanatical ideas. At last he came to Boston to start a paper, that city where brains, not wealth, opened the doors to the best society. Here, with no money nor influential friends, he started The Liberator, with this for his motto, "I will be as harsh as truth and as uncompromising as justice. On this subject I do not wish to speak or write with moderation. I am in earnest. I will not equivocate. I will not excuse. I will not retreat a single inch, and I will be heard." The North was bound hand and foot by the slave trade almost as effectually as the South. The great plea was the fear lest the Union would be dissolved. Cotton factories had sprung up on every hand, and it was believed that slave labor was essential to the producing of cotton. Some thought it would not be safe to free the slaves, that assassinations would be the result. The real secret, however, was that each slave meant several $100s, and freedom meant poverty to the masters. Meantime, the Liberator was making itself felt, despite Garrison's poverty. The Vigilance Association of South Carolina offered a reward of $1,500 for the apprehension and prosecution of any white person who might be detected in distributing or circulating it. In Raleigh, North Carolina, the grand jury found a bill against the young editor, hoping to bring him to that state for trial. Hon. Robert Y. Hayne, of South Carolina, having received a paper by mail, wrote to Harrison Gray Otis, mayor of Boston, to ascertain the sender. Mr. Otis caused an agent to visit the office of the Liberator, and returned answer to Mr. Hayne that he found it "an obscure hole, his only visible auxiliary a negro boy, and his supporters a few very insignificant persons of all colors." And where was this obscure hole? in the third story of a business block, the walls dingy, says Mr. Oliver Johnson in Garrison and His Times, the small windows bespattered with printer's ink, the press standing in one corner, the long editorial and mailing table covered with newspapers, the bed of the editor and publisher on the floor, all these make a picture never to be forgotten. Their food, what little they had, was procured at a neighboring bakery. Soon Georgia passed a law offering $5,000 to any person arresting and bringing to trial under the laws of the state, and punishing to conviction, the editor or publisher of the Liberator. What a wonder that some ruffian at midnight did not break into the obscure hole and drag the young man off to a slave vessel lying close by in the harbor. The leaven of anti-slavery was beginning to work. 12 fanatics gathered one stormy night in the basement of an African church in Boston and organized the New England Anti-Slavery Society in 1832. The following year, as the managers of the American Colonization Society had sent an agent to England, it was deemed best to send Garrison abroad to tell Wilberforce and others who were working for the suppression of slavery in the West Indies that it was not a wise plan to send the slaves to Africa. It was difficult to raise the money needed, but self-sacrifice usually leaves a good bank account. The fanatic, only 28, was received with open arms by such men as Lord Brougham, Wilberforce, Clarkson, and Daniel O'Connell. Sir Thomas Fowell Buxton gave a breakfast in his honor. When the guests had arrived, among them Mr. Garrison, Mr. Buxton held up both hands, exclaiming, "Why, my dear sir, I thought you were a black man." This, Mr. Garrison used to say, was the greatest compliment of his life, because it showed how truly and heartily he had labored for the slave. A great meeting was arranged for him at Exeter Hall, London. How inspiring all this for the young reformer! Here he met the eloquent George Thompson, and asked him to visit our country, which invitation he accepted. On his return, the American Anti-Slavery Society was formed, December 4, 1833, at Philadelphia, delegates coming from 11 states. John G. Whittier was chosen secretary. The noble poet has often said that he was more proud that his name should appear signed to the Declaration of Principles adopted at that meeting than on the title page of any of his volumes. Thus has he ever loved liberty. The contest over the slavery question was growing extremely bitter. Prudence Crandall, of Canterbury, Connecticut, a young Quaker lady, admitted several colored girls to her school, who came from Boston, New York, and Philadelphia. The people were indignant at such a commingling of races. Shopkeepers refused to sell her anything. Her well was filled with refuse, and at last her house was nearly torn down by a midnight mob. Lane Theological Seminary, Cincinnati, Western Reserve College, Hudson, Ohio, with some others, were nearly broken up by the conflict of opinion. Some anti-slavery lecturers were tarred and feathered or thrown into prison. In New York, a pro-slavery mob broke in the doors and windows of a Presbyterian church and laid waste schoolhouses and dwellings of colored people. In Philadelphia, the riots lasted 3 days, 44 houses of colored people being nearly or quite destroyed. In Boston, a most respectable mob, composed, says Horace Greeley, in good part of merchants, dispersed a company of women belonging to the Female Anti-Slavery Society, while its president was engaged in prayer. Learning that Garrison was in the adjoining office, they shouted, "We must have Garrison! Out with him! Lynch him!" Attempting to escape by the advice of the mayor, who was present, he sought refuge in a carpenter's shop, but the crowd drew him out, and, coiling a rope around his body, dragged him bareheaded along the street. One man called out, "He shan't be hurt, he is an American," and this probably saved his life, though many blows were aimed at his head, and his clothes were nearly torn from his body. The mayor, declaring that he could only be saved by being lodged in jail, Garrison pressed into a hack and was driven as rapidly as possible to the prison, the maddened crowd clinging to the wheels, dashing against the doors, and seizing hold of the horses. At last he was behind the bars and out of their reach. On the walls of his cell he wrote, quote, "William Lloyd Garrison was put into this cell on Wednesday afternoon, October 21st, 1835, to save him from the violence of a respectable and influential mob, who sought to destroy him for preaching the abominable and dangerous doctrine that all men are created equal, and that all oppression is odious in the sight of God. Confine me as a prisoner, but bind me not as a slave. Punish me as a criminal, but hold me not as a chattel. Torture me as a man, but drive me not like a beast. Doubt my sanity, but acknowledge my immortality." End quote. The respectable mob had wrought wiser than they knew. Garrison and his liberator became more widely known than ever. Famous men and women now joined the despised abolitionists. The conflict was growing deeper. Elijah P. Lovejoy, the ardent young preacher of Alton, Illinois, was murdered by 4 balls at the hands of a pro-slavery mob, who broke up his printing press and threw it into the river. A public meeting was held in Faneuil Hall to condemn such an outrage. A prominent man in the gallery having risen to declare that Lovejoy "died as the fool dieth," a young man, unknown to most, stepped to the rostrum and spoke as though inspired. From that day Wendell Phillips was the orator of America. From that day the anti-slavery cause had a new consecration. From this time till 1860 the struggle between freedom and slavery was continuous. The South needed the territories for her rapid increase of slaves. The North was opposed, but in the year 1854 the Kansas-Nebraska Act, devised by Stephen A. Douglas, repealed the Missouri Compromise of 1820, which had prohibited slavery north of latitude 36 degrees 30 minutes, the southern boundary of Kansas. Kansas at once became a battleground. Armed men came over from Missouri to establish slavery. Men came from New England determined that the soil should be free, if they spilled their blood to gain it. The fugitive slave law, whereby slaves were returned without trial by jury, and slave owners allowed to search the North for their slaves, made great bitterness. The brutal attack of Preston Brooks, of South Carolina, on Charles Sumner for his speech on Kansas, and the hanging of John Brown by the State of Virginia for his invasion of Harper's Ferry with 17 white men and 5 negroes, calling upon the slaves to rise and demand their liberty, brought matters to a crisis. Garrison was opposed to war, but after the firing on Sumter, April 12, 1861, it was inevitable. For 2 years after Abraham Lincoln's election to the presidency, Garrison waited impatiently for that pen stroke which set 4,000,000 human beings free. When the Emancipation Proclamation was issued, January 1st, 1863, Garrison's life work was accomplished. 35 years of untiring, heroic struggle had not been in vain. When, 2 years later, the Stars and Stripes were raised again over Fort Sumter, he was invited by President Lincoln as a guest of the government to witness the imposing scene. When Mr. Garrison arrived in Charleston, the colored people were nearly wild with joy. Children sang and men shouted. A slave made an address of welcome, his 2 daughters bearing a wreath of flowers to their great benefactor. Garrison's heart was full to overflowing as he replied, quote, "Not unto us, not unto us, but unto God be all the glory for what has been done in regard to your emancipation. Thank God this day that you are free, and be resolved that, once free, you will be free forever. Liberty or death, but never slavery. While God gives me reason and strength, I shall demand for you everything I claim for the whitest of the white in this country." End quote. The same year he discontinued the publication of the Liberator, putting in type with his own hands the official ratification of the 13th Amendment, forever prohibiting slavery in the United States, and adding, quote, "Hail, redeemed, regenerated America! Hail, all nations, tribes, kindred, and peoples, made of one blood, interested in a common redemption, heirs of the same immortal destiny. Hail, angels in glory, tune your harps anew, singing, 'Great and marvelous are thy works, Lord God Almighty.'" End quote. 2 years after the war, Mr. Garrison crossed the ocean for the 4th time. He was no longer the poor lad setting type at 13, or sleeping on the hard floor of a printing room, or lying in a Baltimore jail, or the victim of a Boston mob. He was the center of a grand and famous circle. The Duke and Duchess of Argyle and the Duchess of Sutherland paid him special honors. John Bright presided at a public breakfast given him at St. James Hall, London. Such men as John Stuart Mill, Herbert Spencer, and Professor Huxley graced the feast. Mr. Bright said in his opening address concerning Mr. Garrison, quote, "His is the creation of that opinion which has made slavery hateful and which has made freedom possible in America. His name is venerated in his own country, venerated in this country and in Europe, wheresoever Christianity softens the hearts and lessens the sorrows of men." End quote. Edinburgh conferred upon him the freedom of the city, an honor accorded to one other American only, George Peabody. Birmingham, Manchester, and other cities held great public meetings to do him reverence. On his return, such friends as Sumner, Wilson, Emerson, Longfellow, Lowell, Greeley, and others presented him with $30,000. The remainder of his life he devoted to temperance, woman suffrage, and every other reform calculated to make the world better. His true character was shown when, years before, appointed to the London Anti-Slavery Convention as a delegate, he refused to take his seat after his long journey across the ocean because such noble co-workers as Lucretia Mott, Mrs. Wendell Phillips, and others were denied their place as delegates. Thus strenuous was he for right and justice to all. Always modest, hopeful, and cheerful, he was as gentle in private life with his wife and 5 children as he was strong and fearless in his public career. He died at the home of his daughter in New York, May 24, 1879, his children singing about his bed at his request. "Awake, my soul, stretch every nerve," and "Rise, my soul, and stretch thy wings." At sunset, in Forest Hills, they laid the brave man to rest, a quartet of colored singers around his open grave, singing, "I cannot always trace the way." The storm and peril overpast, the hounding hatred shamed and still, go, soul of freedom, take at last the place which thou alone canst fill. Confirm the lesson taught of old. Life saved for self is lost, while they who lose it in his service hold the lease of God's eternal day. End of chapter 16. Recording by Lucretia B.
Chapter 17 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Chapter 17. Giuseppe Garibaldi. Few men come to greatness. Most drift on with the current, having no special plan nor aim. They live where their fathers lived, taking no thought beyond their neighborhood or city, and die in their little round of social life. Not so a boy born in southern France in 1807. Giuseppe Garibaldi was the son of humble parents. His father was a sailor, with a numerous family to support, seemingly unskilled in keeping what little property he had once acquired. His mother was a woman of ambition, energy, and nobility of character. If one looks for the cause of greatness in a man, he seldom has to go further than the mother. Hence the need of a highly educated, noble womanhood all over the world. Such as Giuseppe Garibaldi are not born of frivolous, fashionable women. Of his mother, the great soldier wrote in later years, "She was a model for mothers. Her tender affection for me has, perhaps, been excessive, but do I not owe to her love, to her angel-like character, the little good that belongs to mine? Often, amidst the most arduous scenes of my tumultuous life, when I have passed unharmed through the breakers of the ocean or the hailstorms of battle, she has seemed present with me. I have in fancy seen her on her knees before the Most High, my dear mother, imploring for the life of her son, and I have believed in the efficacy of her prayers. No wonder that. Give me the mothers of the nation to educate, and you may do what you like with the boys," was one of his favorite maxims. Giuseppe was an ardent boy, fond of books, loving to climb the lonely mountains around his home, and eager for some part of the world's bustle. Sometimes he earned his living among the fishermen on the Riviera. Sometimes he took sea voyages with his father. He had unusual tenderness of heart, combined with fearlessness. One day he caught a grasshopper, took it to his house, and in handling it broke its leg. He was so grieved for the poor little creature that he went to his room and wept bitterly for hours. Another time, standing by a deep ditch, he discovered that a woman had fallen from the bank as she was washing clothes. With no thought for his own life, he sprang in and rescued her. His parents, seeing that he was quick in mathematics and the languages, desired him to study for the ministry, but he loved the sea and adventure too well for a sedentary life. Becoming tired of study, at 12 years of age, He and some companions procured a boat, put some provisions and fishing tackle on board, and started to make their fortune in the East. These visions of greatness soon came to an inglorious end, for the paternal Garibaldi put to sea at once, and soon overtook and brought home the mortified and disappointed infantile crew. At 21 we find Garibaldi second in command on the brig Cortez, bound for the Black Sea. 3 times during the voyage they were plundered by Greek pirates, their sails, charts, and every article of clothing taken from them, the sailors being obliged to cover their bodies with some matting left by chance in the hold of the ship. As a result of this destitution, the young commander became ill at Constantinople and was cared for by some Italian exiles. Poor, as are most who are born to be leaders, he must work now to pay the expenses incurred by this illness. Through the kindness of his physician he found a place to teach, and when once more, even with the world pecuniarily, went back to sea and was made captain. He was now 27 years old. Since his father had taken him when a mere boy to Rome, he had longed for and prayed over his distracted Italy. He saw what the eternal city must have been in her ancient splendor. He pictured her in the future, again with pride and glory of a united nation. He remembered how Italy had been the battleground of France, Spain, and Austria, when kings, as they have ever done, quarreled for power. He saw the conqueror of Europe himself conquered by the dreadful Russian campaign. Then the Congress of Vienna parceling out a prostrate people among the nations. Austria took Lombardy and Venice. Parma and Lucca were given to Marie Louise, the second wife of Napoleon, and the 2 Sicilies to Ferdinand II, who ruled them with a rod of iron. Citizens for small offenses were lashed to death in the public square. Filthy dungeons excavated under the sea without light or air were filled with patriots whose only crime was a desire for a free country. The people revolted in Naples and Sardinia and asked for a constitution, but Austria soon helped to restore despotism. Kings had divine rights, the people had none. No man lessens his power willingly. The only national safety is the least possible power in the hands of any one person. The rule of the many is liberty, of the few, despotism. Garibaldi was writing all these things on his heart. His blood boiled at the slavery of his race. Mazzini, a young lawyer of Genoa, had just started a society called Young Italy, and was looking hopefully, in a hopeless age, toward a republic for his native country. Garibaldi was ready to help in any manner possible. The plan proposed was to seize the village of St. Julien and begin the revolt. But as usual there was a traitor in the camp. They were detected, and Garibaldi, like the rest, was sentenced to death. This was an unexpected turn of events for the young sea captain. Donning the garb of a peasant, he escaped by mountain routes to Nice, his only food being chestnuts, bade a hasty farewell to his precious mother, and started for South America. He had learned, alas, so soon, the result of working for freedom in Italy. He arrived at Rio Janeiro, an exile and poor, but finding several of his banished countrymen, they assisted him in buying a trading vessel, and he engaged in commerce. But his mind constantly dwelt on freedom. The Republic of Rio Grande had just organized and set up its authority against Brazil. Here was a chance to fight for liberty. A small cruiser was obtained, which he called the Mazzini, and with 20 companions he set out to combat an empire. After capturing a boat loaded with copper, the second vessel they met gave battle, wounded Garibaldi in the neck, and made them all prisoners. A little later, attempting to escape, he was brutally beaten with a club, and then his wrists tied together by a rope, which was flung over a beam. He was suspended in the air for 2 hours. His sufferings were indescribable. Fever parched his body, and the rope cut his flesh. He was rescued by a fearless lady, Signora Alleman, but for whom he would have died. After 2 months, finding that he would divulge nothing of the plans of his adopted republic, he was released without trial, and entered the war again at once. After several successful battles, his vessel was shipwrecked. Nearly all his friends were drowned, and he escaped as by a miracle. His heart now became desolate. He says in his diary, I felt the want of someone to love me, and a desire that such a one might be very soon supplied, as my present state of mind seemed insupportable. After all, the brave young captain was human, and cried out for human affection. He had always regarded women as the most perfect of creatures, but he had never thought it possible to marry with his adventurous life. About this time he met a dark-haired, dark-eyed young woman, tall and commanding, and as brave and fearless as himself. Anita belonged to a wealthy family, and her father was incensed at the union, though years after, when Garibaldi became famous, he wrote them a letter of forgiveness. They idolized each other, and the soldier's heart knew desolation no longer, come now what would. She stood beside him in every battle, waving her sword over her head to encourage the men to their utmost. When a soldier fell dead at her feet, she seized his carbine and kept up a constant fire. When urged by her husband to go below, because almost frantic with fear for her safety, she replied, "If I do, it will be but to drive out those cowards who have sought concealment there," and then return to the fight. In one of the land battles she was surrounded by 20 or more of the enemy, but she put spurs to her horse and dashed through their midst. At first they seemed dazed, as though she were something unearthly. Then they fired, killing her animal, which fell heavily to the ground, and she was made a prisoner. Obtaining permission to search among the dead for her husband, and not finding him, she determined to make her escape. That night, while they slept, she seized a horse, plunged into the forests, and for 4 days lived without food. On the last night, a stormy one, closely pursued by several of the enemy, she urged her horse into a swollen river 500 yards broad, and seizing fast hold of his tail, the noble creature swam across, dragging her with him. After 8 days she reached her agonized husband, and their joy was complete. After a year or more of battle and hardships, their first child, Menotti, was born, named for the great Italian liberal. Garibaldi, fighting for a poor republic, destitute of everything for his wife and child, started across the marshes to purchase a few articles of clothing. In his absence their little company was attacked by the Imperialists, and Anita mounted her saddle in a pitiless storm, and fled to the woods with her 12-days-old infant. 3 months later the child came near dying, the mother carrying him in a handkerchief tied round her neck, and keeping him warm with her breath as they forded swamps and rivers. After 6 years of faithful service for the South American Republic, Garibaldi determined to settle down to a more quiet life with his little family, and sought a home in Montevideo, where he took up his former occupation of teaching. But he was soon drawn into war again, and his famous Italian Legion of about 400 men made for themselves a record throughout Europe and America for bravery and success against fearful odds. The grateful people made Garibaldi general, and placed a large tract of land at the disposal of the Legion. But the leader said, "In obedience to the cause of liberty alone did the Italians of Montevideo take up arms, and not with any views of gain or advancement," and the gift was declined. Yet so poor was the family of Garibaldi that they used to go to bed at sunset because they had no candles, and his only shirt he had given to a companion in arms. When his destitution became known, the Minister of War sent him $100. He accepted half for Anita and her little ones, and begged that the other half might be given to a poor widow. 14 years had gone by since he left Italy under sentence of death. He was now 41, in the prime of his life and vigor. Italy had become ripe for a revolution. Charles Albert, King of Sardinia, had declared himself ready to give constitutional liberty to his people, and to help throw off the Austrian yoke. Garibaldi believed that his hour had come, and saying good-bye to the Montevideans, who were loath to part with him, he took 56 of his brave Italian Legion, and sailed for Nice in the ship Esperanza. His beloved Anita improvised a Sardinian flag, made from a counterpane, a red shirt, and a bit of old green uniform, and the little company gave themselves to earnest plans and hopes. They met a hearty reception on their arrival, Garibaldi's mother taking Anita and her 3 children, Menotti, Maricita, and Ricciotti, to her home. General Garibaldi at once presented himself before Charles Albert and offered his services. He wore a striking costume consisting of a cap of scarlet cloth, a red blouse and a white cloak lined with red, with a dagger at his belt beside his sword. The king, perhaps remembering that the brave soldier was once a Republican in sentiment, made the great mistake of declining his aid. Nothing daunted, he hurried to Milan, only to find that the weak king had yielded to Austria. Charles Albert soon abdicated in favor of his son Victor Emmanuel, and died from sorrow and defeat. Meantime Rome had declared herself a republic, and Pius IX had fled the city. Garibaldi was asked to defend her, and entered with his troops April 28th. In 1849, England and France were urged to remain neutral while Rome fought for freedom, but alas, Louis Napoleon, then President of the French Republic, desired to please the papal party, and sent troops to reinstate the Pope. When Rome found that this man at the head of a republic was willing to put a knife to her throat, her people fought like tigers. They swarmed out of the workshops armed with weapons of every kind, while women urged them on with applause. For nearly 3 months Rome held out against France and Austria, Garibaldi showing himself an almost superhuman leader, and then the end came. Pius IX re-entered the city, and the republic was crushed by monarchies. When all was lost, Garibaldi called his soldiers together, and leaping on horseback shouted, "Venice and Garibaldi do not surrender. Whoever will, let him follow me. Italy is not yet dead," and he dashed off at full speed. By lonely mountain paths he, with Anita and about 200 of his troops, arrived on the shore of the Adriatic, where 13 boats were waiting to carry them to Venice. 9 were soon taken by the Austrians, the rest escaping, though nearly all were finally captured and shot at once. The general and his wife escaped to a cornfield, where she lay very ill, her head resting on his knee. Some peasants, though fearful that they would be detected by the Austrians, brought a cart and carried the dying wife to the nearest cottage, where as soon as she was laid upon the bed, she breathed her last, leaning on Garibaldi's arm. Overwhelmed with the loss of his idol, he seemed benumbed, with no care whether he was made a prisoner or not. At last, urged for the sake of Italy to flee, he made the peasants promise to bury Anita under the shade of the pine grove near by, and hunted like a robber from mountain to mountain, he found a hiding place among the rocks of the island of Caprera. There was nothing left now but to seek a refuge in the great American Republic. Landing in New York, the noble general asked aid from no one, but believing, as all true-minded persons believe, that any labor is honorable, began to earn his living by making candles. What a contrast between an able general working in a tallow factory and some proud young men and women who consent to be supported by friends and thus live on charity! Woe to America if her citizens shall ever feel themselves too good to work! For a year and a half he labored patiently, his children 3,000 miles away with his mother. Then he became captain of a merchant vessel between China and Peru. When told that he could bring some Chinese slaves to South America in his cargo, he refused, saying, "Never will I become a trafficker in human flesh. America might buy and sell 4 millions of human beings, but not so Garibaldi." After 4 years he decided to return to Italy. With the little money he had saved, he bought half the rocky island of Caprera, 5 miles long, off the coast of Sardinia, whose boulders had once sheltered him, built him a 1-story plain house, and took his 3 children there to live, his mother having died. Meantime Cavour, the great Italian statesman, had not been idle in diplomacy. The Crimean War had been fought, and Italy had helped England and France against Russia. When Napoleon III went to war with Austria in 1859, Cavour was glad to make Italy his ally. He called Garibaldi from Caprera and made him Major General of the Alps. At once the red blouse and white cloak seemed to inspire the people with confidence. Lombardy sprang to arms, every house was open, and every table spread for the liberators. And then began a series of battles which for bravery and dash and skill made the name of Garibaldi the terror of Austria and the hope and pride of Italy. Tuscany, Modena, Parma, and Lucca declared for King Victor Emmanuel. The battles of Magenta and Solferino made Austria bite the dust and gladly give up Lombardy. At last it seemed as if Italy were to be redeemed and reunited. Garibaldi started with his famous Milli, or 1,000 men, to release the 2 Sicilies from the hated rule of Francis the son of Ferdinand II. The first battle was fought at Palermo, the Neapolitans, who outnumbered the troops of Garibaldi 4-1, being defeated after 4 hours' hard fighting. Then the people dared to show their true feelings. Peasants flocked in from the mountains, and ladies wore red dresses and red feathers. When the cars carried the soldiers from one town to another, the people crowded the engine and shouted themselves hoarse. Drums were beaten and trumpets blown, and women pressed forward to kiss the hand or touch the cloak of the Lion of Italy. He was everywhere the bravest of the brave. Once, when surrounded by 4 dragoons, who called upon him to surrender, he drew his sword and said, "I am Garibaldi. You must surrender to me." And yet, amid all this honor and success in war, and supremacy in power, as he was the dictator, he was so poor that he would wash his red shirt in a brook, and wait for it to dry while he ate his lunch of bread and water with a little fruit. No wonder the Sicilians believed him to be a second Messiah, and the French that he could shake the bullets from his body into his loose red shirt and empty them out at his leisure. The sailor boy had become the hero of all who loved liberty the world over. When the war was ended, he resigned his dictatorship, handed the 2 Sicilies over to his sovereign, distributed medals to his devoted soldiers, and returned to his island home at Caprera with barely $3 in his pocket, having borrowed 100 to pay his debts. How rarely does any age produce such a man as Garibaldi! But Rome was not yet the capital of Italy. The hero could not rest while the city was governed by a pope. At last, tired of waiting for the king to take action, he started with 3,000 men for Rome. Victor Emmanuel, fearing to offend France if the pope were molested, sent the royal troops against Garibaldi at Aspromonte, who badly wounded him, and carried him to a prison on the Gulf of Spezia. The people, indignant at the government, crowded around him, bearing gifts and kissing the hem of his raiment. They even bore a hole in the door of the prison that they might catch a glimpse of their idol as he lay on his iron bedstead, a gift from an English friend. After his release and return to Caprera, he visited England in 1864, the whole country doing him honor. Stations were gaily decorated, streets arched with flowers, ladies dressed in red. The Duke of Sutherland entertained him. London gave him the freedom of the city. Tennyson made him his guest at the Isle of Wight, and crowds made it scarcely possible for him to appear on the public thoroughfares. He refused to receive a purse of money from his friends, and went back to Caprera majestic in his unselfishness. Again Italy called him to help her in her alliance with Prussia against Austria in 1866, and again he fought nobly. The year following he attempted to take Rome, but was a second time arrested and imprisoned for fear of Napoleon III. When that monarch fell at Sedan, and the French troops were withdrawn from the Eternal City, Victor Emmanuel entered without a struggle, and Rome was free. In 1874, after helping the French Republic, the brave Spartan was elected to Parliament. He was now 67. As he entered Rome, the streets were blocked with people, who several times attempted to remove the horses and draw the carriage themselves. Ah, if Anita had only been there to see this homage of a grateful nation! He entered the Senate House on the arm of his son Menotti, and when he rose in his red shirt and grey cloak to take the oath, so infirm that he was obliged to be supported by 2 friends, men wept as they recalled his struggles, and shouted frantically as he took his seat. 7 years longer the grand old man lived at Caprera, now beautiful with gifts from all the world, the recipient of a thank-you offering of $10,000 yearly from Italy. Around him were Francesca, whom he married late in life, and their 2 children, whom he idolized, Manlio and Cilia. He spent his time in writing several books, in tilling the soil, and in telling visitors the wonderful events of his life and of Anita. On June 2nd, 1882, all day long he lay by the window, looking out upon the sea. As the sun was setting, a bird alighted on the sill, singing. The great man stammered, "Quanto allegro," how joyful it is, and closed his eyes in death. He directed in his will that his body should be burned, but at the request of the government and many friends it was buried at Caprera, to be transferred at some future time to Rome, now the capital of United Italy. Not alone does Italy honor her great liberator, whom she calls the most blameless and most beloved of men. Wherever a heart loves liberty, there will Garibaldi's name be cherished and honored. End of chapter 17.